need your advice.
The stream is live.
Okay, let me just check YouTube real quick.
Yeah, we can double check that, but it seems we're live now.
Great.
Hey, everybody. Hope you're all doing well. Eric is just
Hey guys,
checking.
we're live. Yeah, sorry, I just wanted to check that real quick.
Hey, everybody. Hope you're all doing well. I can hear myself now. Yes, we are
Perfect.
live. It's also on my end as
Okay.
well.
What's up, guys? How many do we have on 17? I suspect this will grow. I think the mood has been good in the TitanX ecosystem lately. Post 280, things are looking good. Okay, guys, welcome to my stream. You know I don't really have a ceremonious entry to the stream, so we just kick it off. Today we're talking to Mike Dean, a legend in the industry, an
Yes,
OG,
sir.
the man who I believe you first interviewed me, or my first interview was with you, Mike.
I think that's correct, my friend. Yeah, I was fairly new myself.
I was a nervous wreck, man. I was nervous, and everyone thought I was mean on that stream because, and I came off cocky, but I was actually just highly caffeinated and very, very nervous. But no more. Mike, man, it's really awesome to have you on. Like, you've done so much for TitanX. You're like one of the OG streamers, and I don't know where we'd be without you, man. Like, your diagrams of dApps are so good. You take so much time and care into each protocol and introducing it to the community, and you're super accessible. Meantime, you're also a hardcore software engineer who's giving his time, free time. So we all really appreciate you, man. Thank you so much for doing what you do.
Thank you, man. Appreciate you too, Eric.
And so I want to jump into it, man. Like, I'm always teasing, like, I'm going to reveal your face, I'm going to reveal your location. I'm not going to do any of that. That's just like totally clickbait. But I think we're all kind of interested in a little bit getting to know you a little bit more, man. Like, I know you're a software engineer, and I'd love to kind of start there. Like, how did you get into software engineering? Did you study it in college? Like, what was the impetus to kind of get into this field of software engineering?
I mean, I guess when I was younger, at some point, my dad had a laptop, and I think I just started tinkering around with the laptop a little bit, and I think at some point, if I remember correctly, there was some point all these wars, like there were sites where you could make a page, and you can have you can offer illegal music.
Okay.
Yes.
What was that site called?
I don't remember, man. That was a long time ago. I don't exactly remember, but essentially, I built a site to offer illegal music.
Nice, really?
Yes, and I wanted to climb the ranks because there was like a site whereby you can make your site, you can list your site. So it was like a ranking site for all the best music sites, and I wanted to game it. So I made like an automation to revisit my site on a constant basis, and I was very young at the time, and essentially I was number one, although I did not have enough music to be number one. So
Okay.
yeah. So that was young me trying to game the system.
And what so how old were you when you did that? Like, I don't want you to if you don't feel comfortable like aging yourself or anything like that, that's cool. But I'm just interested, like, what age were you when you kind of got into programming?
I think, if I'm not mistaken, I must have been like, I think building that site, I was probably 15, 14, 15 or
Wow,
so. Yes,
nice, great time to
something
get
like
into
that.
programming.
Yeah. That was the time. I mean, I think, I don't know if you guys know it, but there was the time you were building those sites, you use the Dreamweaver and the Microsoft front page. I don't know, probably some of you viewers, depending how old they are, they might know this.
I remember Dreamweaver. Yeah, Dreamweaver was fun, man. I remember building sites with that.
Yeah. Although back then I had no idea how to actually do it, but somewhat just did it, and yeah, I somehow found out how to just make something out of it.
Yeah, that's so sick, man. Wait, so what programming language did you learn first? What was your first programming language?
I mean, to be honest, the first thing was more like in school programming per se. So this while I was building the site, that was just more like HTML, CSS stuff.
Yeah.
So not directly programming language per se, but I don't know. I think later on in school was more like C. That's
Hmm.
how I got started.
Gotcha.
So yeah, that was probably I started with C. Although yeah, I did a lot of C also later on, but I do prefer JavaScript now, to be honest.
JavaScript. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's just like it's so much. There's so many things you can just build and show people much easier, and you don't have to be like a hardcore programmer to for me to share with you something, you know.
Yeah, definitely. That's a low barrier to entry, and it's a really good program. It's really it's become more of an ecosystem. Like in the earlier days of JavaScript, it was actually really a pain in the butt to use.
Yes, yeah.
Um,
I mean it's
and then
still a pain
people-
in the butt in some ways, but it is getting better.
yeah, yeah, for sure. So is that what you do most of your dev now in JavaScript, or are you still doing low level stuff? Or
Yeah, no level. I had a job for quite some time doing embedded system stuff, so that was purely C.
hmm.
Um, so that was fun, but it was very painful. a lot of a lot of work, and also it was for a satellite company essentially. So they
I remember
were
you telling me about this. Yeah, yeah.
yeah. So I worked for that company. It was like yeah, building satellites. So that was a lot of fun. So I don't know if I mentioned. So my code is in space right now.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
What company? Actually, you don't have to tell us what company, but that is
Yeah,
really
yeah.
cool.
I mean, I cannot reveal the company, but
Yeah.
for sure, the code is hopefully still running. I don't know. I have to contact my former boss to ask him, but I think it's still running. It was the communication module, so I hope that still works.
I think this is an interesting thread to pull on because we were talking about this in my stream and how my CTO comes from an embedded software world and the
Hmm.
importance of having that quality control aspect when you're building crypto software and how that translates over. How many people like work on those teams with you? Like there must be a lot of people who are basically scanning through the code to find vulnerabilities and other bugs, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that was, I guess, the painful part of it. It was just how slow things are, essentially, because
Right.
uh, like the testing, certifying, redundancy. Like, I mean, it's extremely slow,
Hmm.
but just for the fact is that is like, well, obviously once the rocket is lighted and it's gone, there's no recall, you know. It's like even for cars, let's say, you can always say like, hey, you know what, we're going to recall all the cars, which costs a lot of money for the company, but still that's still a possibility. But with something like that, it's like once it's lift off, it's gone forever, it's forever gone. And on top of that, there is no way, like, I mean, essentially there's no recall whatsoever.
Yeah, yeah. And
Yeah,
what kind of like how often were they shipping these satellites? Like, are you building things for like a year and then you launch it, or what is it like?
you're billing it. I think we were billing it for probably 3 years or so, and then that went.
Wow.
Yeah, so I mean, uh, I don't want to reveal too much, but essentially though, we were also billing something for the rocket itself.
Okay.
Yeah, so that was used every time per se, but yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean it's all nice and it sounds fun for and stuff like that, but it's like, yeah, it is what it is, man. It's crypto is more interesting.
Yeah, I imagine it can be probably very boring, and a company of that scale is probably very bureaucratic too, as well, right? If they're shipping
Yeah,
satellites, they can't be small.
yeah, I
So
mean it's just the industry itself because of all the certification, blah blah, all that stuff. That's the thing, is like, which takes just a lot of time, where you actually not even, you're not even programming that much, to be honest. You're more, yeah, like, oh, we have to do this. So that's more the boring part, which I did not like, to be honest.
yeah,
I just want to build shit.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. I'm the same way, man. Like I
Yeah.
like programming because of the inventive nature of it, not
Yeah.
necessarily the more professional aspects.
Yes.
Although I do appreciate that. A mentor of mine, he always said, like a big company is like it can be like a university, right? Like
Hmm.
if you're new to an industry, being in a big company, you have tons of resources. There are people who have been there for years. Like you have a lot of basically people who can help you to learn and level up. But it's not necessarily exciting or a place where you're going to make a lot of money
Yeah.
ultimately. So like
Yeah.
it sounds like you actually developed a lot of important skills during that time, right? Um, at least,
I
yeah,
hope
maybe
so.
maybe you already had the inclination toward it though, and you're just talented enough. You didn't need to go through that.
Well, I hope so. I hope so. I mean, yeah, sure. I mean, it's yeah, you learn quite a bit. I think you learn a lot of like redundancy testing and like how things can just go wrong
Right.
catastrophically.
Yeah,
Yeah. So it's more like very defensive way of doing stuff. So
totally.
it's not the culture of like, hey, let's just break stuff and move quick and break stuff. That's the exact opposite in that industry. But you have to. There's no way around it because there is no recall. You know,
Yeah, there's no
like
recall. Oh my gosh.
yeah,
So yeah,
like
I
you
mean,
know,
did
like
anything ever go wrong? Like what went wrong? There must have been some stuff that went wrong, right?
well, I mean, certification not going through.
No, I mean not
This
for
kind
you,
of
but for
thing.
the company, like launching stuff.
Yeah. For the company itself, I mean, some few things have happened, but not for that company. Not nothing really catastrophic per se. Yeah. So it's like I don't know. Sometimes you send stuff, and then it's like I don't know the communication module not working, or I don't know I mean some stuff like that which can happen, and that's like yeah, you just have like a some dead weight up there. And the thing is like it's also very expensive.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, yeah, yeah, yeah.
that's crazy. So no rockets ever blew up or anything, huh? Nothing cool like
Well,
that.
not on our flights, but we're not responsible for that anyway. It's like I mean that was more yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Okay, so actually, we skipped over kind of your. So you basically were a pretty early bloomer when it came to programming. Um, you got into it young. You obviously had a knack for it. And then, did you study that in college as well?
I actually studied electronics engineering. All right. I studied electronics engineering, and then later on, I went to embedded systems, which is essentially electronics engineering, but there's more programming there than, let's say, I don't know, like power electronics or something like that. So that was something I did later on,
Hmm.
and yeah. But then essentially, that's why I worked as an embedded system engineer for some time. But then I just went and worked more in like yeah more like as a backend engineer for a company, and that was much better in a sense because you can just when you deploy something and or a bunch of users are complaining, you can just click with one click you can go back.
Oh yeah, totally.
Not much testing needed.
Yeah, but why did you kind of decide to go the route of electronics? Like, what was the motivation, personal motivation for that, as opposed to like standard software engineering or computer science, rather?
I mean, I guess it was just I think it was just personal interest per se. I
Okay.
was I I was I like the idea of like building something in real life, you know.
Yeah,
So that was like something which I was like, ah, I think I like that more than anything else. So essentially, like I just like building stuff, right?
yeah.
And electronics is like, hey, you build real world stuff, but then realize, okay, it's much harder to build hardware. Building hardware is extremely hard.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's because yeah, essentially it's also obviously like for a car or whatever, anything which is electronic wise, um you never want a recall.
Right. So
That,
yeah.
yeah, that's why it makes it extremely hard to build. Like building hardware is extremely hard because yeah, I mean you have first the software, the embedded system, like the code you write on microchips, but then also you have the hardware itself, like the PCBs and all that. And so in the real world something can go wrong and your code can go wrong, so sometimes you don't even know what is going on because it can just be both worlds, let's say.
Right. Like you can think it's something wrong with your software, but it's actually a component in
Yes.
the hardware, and it's
Yes.
interfering with the ability for the thing to function.
Yeah. And sometimes you, yeah, and it's sometimes very hard to debug those kind of stuff because yeah, sometimes it's just not even possible.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm, mm.
And do you like kind of prefer to work on big teams? I mean, it sounds like you don't prefer it,
No,
but now you like small teams, agile teams.
I just like really small teams, preferably just alone.
But that is the best because that's the pure building and creation part, right? That's the part where you're all alone to build something it's in your mind, right?
But, I mean, that's the thing because I mean, especially here with TitanX whatever, it's like I just build stuff. I don't have to sync up with somebody because
Right.
so that's the beauty of it. I mean, although we TitanX we have I have my partner as well, Ted.
Okay.
Um, yeah, but he's doing more like the data synchronization part in the
Hmm.
back end essentially. So we have like a database which we index all the data from all the TitanX ecosystem. So we have all the data per se.
Sorry, he wrote the indexer for that.
Essentially, yeah, for the back end, yes, that's what he did on his part. Yeah,
Sweet, sweet.
yeah. I
Um,
mean, I mean, the thing was just it was just too much work for me. It's like it was essentially I was like, okay, I need help somewhat, and there's no the only thing I can do now is like it was just me putting my time there,
mhm.
and but the time is limited. Well, I also have to work, and the weekends are not enough. So I was like, okay, I need somebody to chip in here, time wise, because there was not even, well, I put my money as well to get things going, but essentially it's like, okay, if no money is coming in, personal funds are also limited.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, exactly. Yeah, that makes sense. So is he actually known to the community? This backend developer?
I think he is very known as well. He did also make a new dashboard, I think. I mean, this is exactly how I found him, by the way. I just contacted him, and then it's like, well, we decided to just, yeah, make it happen.
Okay.
And he is known for sure. Yes.
Okay. Cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe we can.
He hasn't spoken. Like he wants
Right.
to be more in the background, but he is
Sure.
known
Sure.
in the community.
If he wants followers, I mean, I can share his information at the bottom of the video after in the show notes if you'd like to have his Twitter.
Absolutely, absolutely, man. I think, yeah. Shout out to him, man. Shout out to Ted. Hopefully, he's listening in now.
For sure. No, it makes sense. I mean, there's if you want a successful project, there's a lot of ground to cover for one person. It's the same way
Yeah,
with TitanX and all the stuff we're doing as well. It's simply too much. So
yeah, it's quite a lot, and then I mean, especially at the beginning, there is no. Um, it's like you're putting a lot of work, and you don't even know what's going to happen in the future per se. You know, it's like you just well, there's like a vision, and you just trust that things will work out, and then you just keep on working. And yeah, along the way you have a bit of maybe your belief gets tested as well, but yeah, you just march on.
yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Well, I want to talk about the vision of TitanX Hub, but maybe we should. Let me just see if I covered everything I wanted to cover cover in the prelude. Is there anything kind of about you, man, that like you want to share that you think is interesting or that I might have just run through without mentioning?
I mean,
I
I
know
think
you like to lift weights. I know you. I know you're jacked.
no, well, jacked, I don't know about jacked, but it is like I do go to the gym for sure. And I mean, the thing is, as a software developer, is like you are sitting on top in front of the laptop for a very long time, right?
Yeah.
And if you don't have any hobbies which counteract that, you're just gonna be a fat ass.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a fact. And the only
That's a,
the only way it's maybe if you have a very great genetics, and it seems like Eric has very great genetics here.
thank
And
my mama for that. Although I
yeah,
did develop back problems in the winter doing Dragon X, and now I have. That's why I keep clutching my back because I have like 3 slip discs right here.
damn.
Um, but yeah, some of us just shrivel up when we sit. But
Yeah, yeah. So it's like definitely you need to get something for you. Yeah, it's like I like to just take a walk and hit the gym.
yeah, makes sense, man. Makes sense.
Mm.
Do you like CrossFit or just straight up strength training?
I just do strength training. I did CrossFit, and then I think on the second week, I essentially injured my back, and I couldn't walk for like 3 weeks. I was in bed for 3 weeks. Never
Ooh.
ever again.
Yeah, Olympic lifts are not for beginners. You know, they throw you right into Olympic lifts and stuff.
Yes.
It's a bit much.
I mean, I mean, that's the worst thing you can do as a beginner, and I did
Yeah.
that, and that was. I should have checked YouTube. Just typed in the keyword CrossFit injuries, and maybe I would have then directly stopped.
Yeah, it's kind of like kettlebells. Like they're faddish and they
Mhm.
are awesome, but like the risk to reward on kettlebells, I don't think is very good. You know,
Okay,
like
really, yeah, as well on cannibals, yeah.
but that's my I mean, maybe
Okay.
I'm just bad at using them, but I've just it's not just me. Like I was on crew team in college.
Hmm.
Um, and yeah, everybody was getting hurt with the kettlebells. And
Yeah.
I was also it was pinching my lower back badly.
Hmm.
And, but I know a bunch of guys tore their rotator cuffs doing
Yeah.
Turkish get-ups and stuff like that.
Hmm.
So I mean, it's very exotic and cool workout, and it's really it gives you a lot of explosive power, but it comes at a cost, you know.
Yes. Yes.
So
Yeah, absolutely. I think the really, I don't know, just strength training in the gym. I think that's like if you do. I mean, obviously you can also hurt yourself there, but nevertheless, it's I think for me that's the best, and it's easy because if you travel around. I did that like over the last years or so. I was like traveling quite a bit. Now I don't want to travel as much because you do lose a lot of productivity if you move around too much. And
yes,
I did that over the last years. And you can train almost everywhere. It's like there's a gym all over the world. It depends. Like you can even go in very small villages in third world countries and you still have a gym.
yep, yeah, for sure. I've been trying to develop more body weight workouts.
Hmm.
I'm at this point. I'm all the way. I'm back down to doing yoga. Like I don't even try to do much in the gym. I'm just doing yoga to try to heal the back. But
Gotcha.
yeah, it's good. It's good if you're traveling a lot to have some kind of body weight routine too.
Absolutely. I think you need that routine. I mean, for me, that keeps me level, especially when I travel. I mean, traveling as in I stay at a place for a month or two, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Like I don't want to dox you, but like, what other places you like to go to? Like, what places you like to travel to, or would you like to travel to?
I would like to travel to. I mean, I like Spain. Spain is pretty cool. I spend quite a bit of time there. I have some friends living there, so I would say a lot of Europe, Asia is my preferred places to be. Although I was in Cape Town last year or so, that was also extremely nice. So I like Cape Town was extremely nice. I have to say, it's. I was quite surprised how nice it was actually.
Really?
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
I mean, I've heard it's very cheap, very affordable, and very beautiful as well.
yeah.
Um, I'm a little bit concerned about the crime. Like that would be good for me to go next to a place like that because
Hmm.
it's right by the ocean. Like I would
Yes.
love that. But it's the crime, man. You didn't have any crime problems?
The thing is, I think it was more in my head per se than reality. Obviously, like I read all the bad stuff before I went there, so I was kind of worried when. But once I got there, I guess you just adjust in some ways, right?
Hmm.
So I had no issues, and obviously I was living in, I don't know, the best neighborhood
Right.
in Cape Town for sure. It's like I guess it also depends which neighborhood you go to.
Yeah.
That's also a big thing. I mean, obviously, it's not. I mean, you can get mugged in Barcelona as well,
Oh yeah,
right?
yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So,
Well, you're,
so
yeah.
sorry, say again.
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, or England in that matter right now. So,
Into the politics, man. I mean, I was in Italy, and it's getting bad there, real bad.
really,
But
yeah,
before we get into that, I do want to go over TitanX sub because I know some people are here purely for crypto
absolutely,
purposes,
man. Yeah,
and
yeah,
we
yeah.
can break open another bottle of sparkling and get into that if you want.
I know
Um,
worries. We can do that.
so yeah, man, let's back up and talk about a little bit about how you discovered TitanX, and then
Cool.
we can go into like why you started TitanX Hub, and if you tried any other projects in those early days too, I'd be interested in hearing that.
Absolutely. I mean, one of the things I would like probably I would like to share my screen so that people can
Yeah.
at least, because I did prepare a little something little here. So I'm gonna try share my screen. Let me see. This is so I think that's pretty much it. Let me see. So you have to pull it up so that people can see it, I guess. All right, there you are.
Yeah.
So I did prepare something a little. As you
Awesome.
guys know me, I'm
Love
using
it.
tier draw. So probably let me just get started with TitanX
Sure.
Hub. I mean, I have 2 points here, which was TitanX Hub, and then we're going to talk about DragonX a little bit.
All right.
Yeah. So probably just a quick recap how things got started here, right? And I did tweet this earlier on. Uh, this is how TitanX Hub got started, pretty much. One of
Spreadsheet.
the things, a lot of the things which I build, it's more like I'm experiencing an issue, a problem, and I just build a solution for myself. And then, well, I share it, and people demanded more, I guess, or people are like liked what I was building. So this was the MVP. And then I decided, you know what? And then I'm gonna just build it on like a real site for it. So this
Yeah.
is how we got started, and this is this is it right now. Essentially, I just took this few minutes, like half an hour ago. Or so
Let's go back to the original here.
yes, let's do it.
Okay. So when did you actually think up the idea for this?
The idea, I mean, I can look back on my tweets for the exact timing, but essentially, this was the time when people were basically talking about, hey, we are starting to build. So it has to be definitely before. I think it was probably December, if I'm not
Yeah,
mistaken.
DragonX. I think it was January 17th it launched.
Yeah, yeah. So I mean, here launch date 15th to 18th of January. That's what you had communicated to me back
Right.
then.
Right. Right.
Yeah. So this was basically around December or so, and for me it was more. I I just had a pain of there was so much information, there was so much things going on in different Telegram groups, and I just wanted to bring them all together in one place where people at least can jump in, and then it's like, okay, I'm interested into DragonX. Okay, here's the link to the Telegram. Let me just click, and then I'm in there. So that was more kind of the thing, and yeah, this is
That
how
was
things got started. Yeah.
It was very beneficial to the community, man. That was a really great tool. And you know, TitanX build on TitanX is not actually that easy to understand, right? Because now suddenly you have a complicated DeFi product, and you have all these products building on top of it. And this was a really, really great way to simplify. I remember this was really popular.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's how
Mm.
pretty much this is how we got started. And I was like, okay, well, let's just build something. I mean, some of the projects here are not with us anymore. I guess the long bear market, you could say, for TitanX,
Oh yes,
they disappeared.
that's right. So when did you actually start to build out the site?
So essentially, how I like if you share a Google Sheet, when you open it up, you see how many people are currently viewing it at the top.
Hmm.
Um, so whenever I visit the site, I was always seeing people viewing it, and then it just became more and more. And then I was like, okay, well, that's something is telling me that hey, maybe I should build a site for that. So that's how it got started. So I was like, okay, let me start building that. And on top of that is, I'm actually not uh, like my knowledge is more back end, so I'm not very much a front end guy. So for
Yeah.
me, it was more I had to learn also the front end bit a little bit. So that was also something which is it took me some time to grasp it in some ways.
So you built the front end, right?
Yes, I built the front end completely, everything,
Okay,
and some of the back end as well, for sure.
cool, cool. So
Yeah.
let's go a little bit into your tech stack here. What
Yeah.
are you doing on the front end?
So I'm using Next.js.
Next.js, okay,
Yeah. So I'm
cool.
using Next.js. So with Next.js, it's just React, and then I use Next.js, Tailwind, and Node.js
Okay,
essentially. So there's some backend stuff which I'm running with Node, but essentially that's what I use.
okay.
Yeah.
Are you thinking? Are you planning to do any kind of like real time on this or real time updates? Or are you going to leave it kind of static?
I mean, the thing is, the prices are real time.
Oh, they are, okay.
Yeah, yeah. The prices are real time, and
So is it WebSockets to the backend that you're going to run?
no, I mean, this is essentially the prices. I think they get updated. I don't know. I think every 30 seconds or so. So it's
Okay.
not like real live, but it's like I think every 30 seconds or so. I mean, I could also do completely real time, but there's more architecture work to do to have it like real time, and you don't really, yeah, it's not really needed per se. Really
No,
real time.
no, it's definitely not needed.
Yeah.
No, the site is beautiful, man. It's a really good resource, and it's good marketing too, right? Because you can come to this one page and see everything.
I thought so too. I mean, that was the initial idea was, and I actually want to change this front page. I'm gonna do an overhaul of this, a new design of this,
Okay.
um, because I
Do you have
wanted.
something to speak to us right now with that, or
No, I haven't started yet because
okay,
I'm fairly busy with the portfolio page because that's actually somewhat complicated.
right?
Uh, the way I'm building it, because it's like very privacy. Um, Focused, I guess. That's
Mhm.
why it makes things somewhat very complicated. But once I'm finished, once like a good version of the portfolio page is established, I will move on to do the front page here to make it a little bit better. Especially like if you go on mobile, I don't like scrolling on the mobile stuff. So I just want to show whatever. It's gonna be less information per se. You see
Mhm.
on mobile, and then on desktop you just see more information. But I think that's fine. It's like I want I want basically to see the prices and the 24-hour percentage change. I mean, so that when you come to the page, you can directly see it's like, hey, how is the ecosystem? Are we pumping or are we dumping?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
It'd be cool
Yeah.
to have like well, there's a bunch of things I don't want to get into it, but I was just thinking right now like a global TVL chart or indicator or total
Mhm.
market cap of all coins and that kind of thing could be cool.
Yeah,
Uh,
I wrote that thing. I wrote that. So one of the ideas is as well, every for every token or every project, there's going to be an individual page.
right.
So
Okay.
yeah, so that's also something I'm building on. All the data is pretty much there, but it's like the building part for it. It just takes time, man. It's a lot of work to get it done.
Yeah, for sure. So it's going to have what, a chart? It'll have
Yes, some
other
some
data.
chart. Exactly. So it's going to have some chart. So I think there's just going to be like the basic stuff, right? And then some few things are going to be added then. So the initial page load, or there's going to be some defaults for all the tokens, because, well, obviously like DragonX or like a lot of tokens, well, they supply, there's a liquidity pool,
Mhm.
there's smart contract itself, the address. Those things don't change. So I think that will be something I can look into, to have at least the default, so that the page is already there for all the individual tokens. And then yeah, and then more stuff with that as well. Yeah, that's also something I'm planning to.
Anything else planned beyond the portfolio stuff?
But yeah, so I mean, so obviously now, as I said, we can talk about the portfolio page in a bit, but
Yeah.
for sure, initially it was just the ideas like, okay, just gather all the information here so people can
Right.
just come to the site and then they have all the information here. You have the live price, which is here. You can, with one click, you can also see the deck screener chart as well.
Great.
Yeah. And then you have all the links to the projects essentially, right? So that was the initial idea. And then the second thing I thought was, because the whole point of this the vision of TitanX Hub is to be the TitanX Hub ecosystem suite, right? And some of the values, these are like somewhat my values, I guess. I just, yeah, just so privacy is one thing for me. I really value a lot.
Yeah.
So all the things I'm building, all the components and everything I build, they somewhat have to follow, they have to be privacy first things. Obviously there's probably some edge cases which haven't happened yet so far, where maybe you have to, yeah, you have, maybe something has to happen, but I will communicate that very well. And then the second thing I really like is, whenever I visit a site or anything, it's like, oh, I really like really good design and very clean good design. It's like I really value that. So I'm trying my best to make it as good design as possible. um and then the other thing obviously is like trust, because at the end of the day is, I got the information here for all the projects, and I want people when they visit the site that they can trust the information they see here. I mean, from
Yeah.
I don't know, from, let's say, how much burn or staked has happened. Those are also numbers which they should be correct. So I make sure that those things, as much as possible, that they're all correct. So this is essentially my intention with the values, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's really great, man. And I'd be interested to learn more, maybe later or as you develop it, about the privacy aspect and how you're planning to preserve privacy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I think that is important when you have an address connected to, you have someone's all their addresses are connected, right?
Yeah.
You know their entire balance, their portfolio balance. So.
Exactly. So I mean, we can talk about that when we talk about next the portfolio page,
Yeah.
and then we can talk about the privacy aspect of that as well.
Are there any kind of based on the current design? Are there any designs like things you would change about the design or the user experience?
I mean, the first thing I really don't like is the fact the front page. I think on the desktop it's okay, but I
Yeah.
don't like it on the mobile part. So the mobile part, yes, you have to scroll to see all the information, but most likely you don't want to have all the information directly on that side. So I would like the front page to be changed a little bit so that it's really mobile friendly, and also, since every token will have its own page, you can gather all that information in their own page.
Right.
You know what I mean? So it's like, do I have to show the project's links on mobile? Maybe not. Maybe if the token has its own page, people can just click on it and they will land to the token page where they have all the projects links as well.
That's a good idea. Keep the basics there, maybe like some kind of card
Yes,
system where you can just scroll through and see, and they can click through to get it, or just icons only, or
something like that. Yeah, I mean, so this is something I'm looking into, and yeah, that's the plan for now, for sure. So and then obviously right now I'm I'm still working on the portfolio page. There is going to be some updates coming soon. I might show actually some of the updates also in this on the stream here as well. But for now, maybe you can jump to the portfolio page.
sure. Yeah, let's talk. Let's go through it.
All
What
right.
can you
Yeah.
share with us right now about
Yeah,
this?
maybe I'll share it as well, but probably just before we get started here, I have so for every page or so, like I have a little vision or like just a goal essentially, so that
Mhm.
people, or at least for myself, I know is like where I'm heading to. And I mean, for now, the beginning, the vision was to just so that for the user, you can manage your Ethereum pool chains assets privately without Wallet Connect, and you can track your personal stats for all built on TitanX projects, essentially. So that was like an overall goal, right? To
That's
get
pretty
it
cool.
going. Yeah. So and I think I made the tweet here while when I made the first version. Some few things have changed for sure, but I think the first thing I really wanted to make sure that is like you don't have a wallet connect or something. So it's like you can just paste in an address there, whichever address, you can just paste it in there. And also, one of the things which I have to make sure is like, okay, it's not only that there's no wallet connect, I don't save anything on the server. It's like I don't even have access to that what you put in there, right? I mean, if you have the software engineer, I mean, you can check on the dev console and see if I'm sending any data back to the server or anything,
Yeah.
which obviously that's not going to happen. But this is essentially the privacy part of it. So all these things are just RPC calls per se, which which I don't. There's no. It's all client running on the client. If that tells you anything, I mean, you obviously for
Yeah.
sure, the viewer, I
Yeah, I
guess.
mean, but the thing is, like, well, what if there's a so it's basically cached information, right?
What do you mean by cache
Like
per se?
the user basically adds their different balances, and the front end is pulling it and caching it, and you don't store those balances on the back end, right?
Yes, but it's not. I don't even have that request in the backend. There's no. I don't get to see your address. It's an RPC call. I don't get to see on the backend your address. So
Right, right.
yeah,
The front
it's
end is making the RPC call, right?
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then that's I would imagine like you're caching it for some number of days, like 90 days or something for the user.
I'm yeah for the, no, actually I'm not even I mean, it's more some of the things I want to cache it, but for now is I'm not caching anything essentially. There is for the build on TitanX protocol, I'm caching it for like 5 minutes so that they're just fresh. But maybe I have to come up with a better caching system. But that's not even I haven't even put much thought to that as well.
So wouldn't you have to rebuild your portfolio each time if you're not caching it?
Yeah, but I mean, it's just it doesn't matter. You can do pretty a lot of RPC requests without any issues.
But I mean, for the user, like let's say they have 10 addresses and they want
That,
to see.
I mean, it's
They
few
have to, each
seconds.
time they go to TitanX Hub, they have to put those addresses back in right now, right?
Oh no. Okay, okay. That's what you mean. The addresses themselves are cached in local storage,
Okay, okay.
but that's on your on your
Right.
browser.
Yeah.
That's like your personal browser, basically. That's where it
That's
saves.
what I
It's
was
like
assuming. Yeah.
yeah, it's like I like TitanX Hub doesn't have access to that
Yeah.
per se.
That makes
Yeah.
sense. And then how long is the expiration before that cache expires?
For that cache expired, I mean, I think I have essentially just made it in such a way that you can just delete it yourself, I guess, right? I mean, you have to delete your story,
Cool.
your storage, I guess, right? Your local storage.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense.
Yeah.
Have you seen what Zen Turbo does? I like what they do. They have email and then there's a code. They
Hmm.
send you a code to get in. So they're storing some stuff on the server, right? Like I'm not sure if it repopulates your portfolio each time, but they're at least storing the addresses.
That's I was like I don't even want to. I don't even want to do that. It's
Yeah.
like I'm thinking maybe to have something maybe to save down the line, but I essentially the way I want to construct it is such a way that I will encrypt it if I'm going to save it on the server, right? If I'm like, I mean, that's not even on days down the line, maybe I'll have to do it because let's say
Yep.
you want to have that also on your phone. Then you have to re-enter all the addresses, which is not ideal, right? So the way I want to do it is I want to encrypt it straight on the client, and
Yeah.
then if I save that, I don't even have access to that what you saved because you encrypted it.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, you could encrypt it on the client. It would be cool maybe instead of having a password, you have like a recovery code or something that you generate. And
Yeah,
then
yeah.
like if you wanted to go over to your mobile device, you just put that recovery code in, paste it in, and it pulls the encrypted blob.
I mean, that's essentially what I want to do, but I mean, that's also I mean, that's why I'm trying to. The point I'm trying to make is like to make it privacy friendly is actually extremely hard. It's it would have been much easier if I just save everything on the server and do all the requests on the server.
And
Because
that's a very good point to double click on. Like Mike is, just for everyone who hasn't got it yet, like Mike is putting in a lot of effort to make this secure for you guys and to hold as little information as possible.
yeah. So because it would have been much easier for you if I just save all the data and then just show you, like, straight away you come back, I'll show you straight away your stuff there. But I don't want to have any user data whatsoever. Nothing.
I like that.
Yeah, it's like in the extreme case, if that's like UX wise, maybe just for the synchronization to other devices, I'll have to come up with something, but it has to be in such a way whereby I cannot even read that data which I save.
Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense.
Yeah.
I love that. I love that. That's a really good design, man.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, this is now like down the rabbit hole of privacy, which is for some people very boring. But yeah.
I love it. I think it's very interesting.
Yeah.
All the different schemes and ways of protecting data, you know.
Exactly, because I don't want to save any data whatsoever, like any user data. Like I don't want that. That's something which I just, like, why do I need it? I don't need it. I don't need to know your address. I don't need to know how much you have.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's cool. What else about portfolio before we move on to the premium subscription?
Exactly. Yeah. So the thing is, I mean, I said here, tracking all the personal stats on build on TitanX projects, right? So
Yeah.
maybe I would, maybe I'm just gonna go to the site itself. So I'm gonna share this tab instead. So I'm visiting titanxhub.com, and then I'm gonna click portfolio, and then this is going to start. You need, at the beginning, you need to enter your first address. So now I'm going to enter some random address. Actually, I think I did save an address here. And the address is the DragonX staking.
Hit it. Put it in there, man. Let's do it.
Yeah, and the reason why I chose this is because you're gonna see the TitanX, the staking pool, basically the payout pool.
Okay.
Yeah. So I think this is the address, if I'm not mistaken. So, I mean, obviously, this address has no liquid, anything liquid on that address. So the only thing it has is actually the share. So this is the TitanX payout cycle. And as you can see here, the active the DragonX smart contract, which is taking all the TitanX, has 49.9 billion active shares.
I love this. This is awesome, man. And you can see the percent.
Yeah, and this is 36.57% of the active shares, of all the shares.
That's amazing, man. That's so cool.
And this is all the payout pools. So this is the 5. So 8-day, 28-day, 90-day, 369-day, and 888-day. And when you click on it,
on the dedicated page, we need this info, by the way.
So again,
on a DragonX dedicated page, we definitely need this info. This is great info.
Absolutely, yeah. So, and then here you can see this is basically the percentage of when the next day payout is going to come. And when you click on it, you actually see the date as well, which is in the future. But this is just the countdown, essentially. But when you click on it, then you see the date. Yeah. And then you can
go ahead. Are you going to do stakes as well? I know you have limited bandwidth, but will you get to stakes?
I will get the stakes as well. The thing is, now I would need, I'll have to see, because it's like, what I'm afraid of is I'm doing a lot of RPC calls. And the question is like, I'll have to figure out if I can do more caching, because I cannot be constantly doing so many RPC calls. It's going to be quite a bit. But the shares themselves, I will do them as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. For now, miners and shares are there. I will show as well. I'm going to pick an address and paste it in here so that we can see the shares as well. But I mean, nevertheless, you see here, so 369, how much is in there currently? So we have 6.2 million. Like this is the payout pool, and 2,000, so almost 2,500 Ethereum is sitting there. And the DragonX pool is going to be 2.29 million currently at these prices.
Currently.
Yes.
Yeah, this is amazing, man. This is so cool. I mean, this gives you everything you need to see for TitanX. I love it.
Yeah, pretty much, right? So this is something which I thought was pretty cool. I mean, and also, I mean, here on the top, you can also just change your that nickname and just name it Dragon X. I don't know. Is
Hmm.
that Dragon X Vault? Maybe, is it the Vault or Staking
Yeah,
Vault?
yeah.
Let me say Staking Vault. So so that's also there with the name as well. Yeah.
That's really cool, man. Really, really cool.
So
Um,
essentially, this is one of the things, but I mean, there is actually more. So I'm going to visit Etherscan and just pick a random address which has TitanX in it, and hopefully nobody's watching.
okay.
Whoever I'm picking is not the one watching right now. So the last time I picked one, it was a big whale. So let me see. So I hope this is. I'm going to enter a new address so you can. Okay, that was wrong. Whatever I did there. Okay, sorry. So let me see. So it's loading. Okay. Um,
Awesome.
this address is only hyper, $277. Uh,
Okay.
they have a bit of okay. Let me. Oh,
There's
you can
safety
also
bot.
just pick that address.
Okay, okay. Now you just got that address.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So you can just pick that address because here you can. Yeah. So if nothing is picked, everything is there. Is everything active? So unfortunately, they don't have any miners which are active, but they do have miners which have ended.
Hmm.
So you can just pick here ended, and then you can see this is how. So here on the left, it's when they started the mine, and this is where it's ended, and how many days it's in between.
This is so good, man. I love this.
Yeah, yeah.
This
So I
is
mean,
really
it's like I took quite a time to make it such a way that you can view everything in one thing, right? And I mean, obviously, if you click on it as well as you see, so this is just claimed 100%, but otherwise you can see here the countdown. Normally, it's the count time here.
right.
No, we have nothing here to run right now.
Is that
And
red?
then
Is that the miner ROI at the time of claim, or what is that? Or is that the
that's
value?
exactly it. This is how much you spend to start your miner. This is how much basically at the time of if you had sold at the time of claim time. I thought that was just like okay, this is so you can see on the top here. I've picked one address, so one of two addresses because there's two addresses ended miners with that claim, and then I'm showing you the amount and how much in TitanX as well.
This is awesome, man. This is so good. Um, it would be cool that in Hex they had this system of like basically leagues,
Hmm.
and it was a really fun tool. You could see like it was
Which
staker app.
league you are?
Yeah, what league you are.
Yeah,
That would
yeah.
be cool.
I have an idea for that as well.
For leagues. Okay.
It's already in the pipeline. I want to do it. I'm gonna
Nice.
add it as well. I mean, especially I guess for Dragon X is very easy because it's like fixed supply.
Hmm.
Yeah, yeah. So I mean, I think the first one I might do would be probably for Dragon X actually.
Ah, okay.
Yeah,
That's wonderful. Yeah, Dragon X leagues. That
yeah,
gets the
yeah,
competition going. I love that.
yeah. I'll have to come up with something. Or if you have any ideas, just shoot away.
Sure.
Yeah, maybe you have other
Uh,
names or whatever. I mean, they have like this crab, whatever, like fish, kind of. Uh, I think what I've seen is that right, the leagues are like different fishes or so, right?
yeah, we could do some Dragon Samurai related stuff because we're on that theme.
I
Um,
guess, yeah. I
a bit
guess that's
differentiated.
something. Yeah, yeah. I mean, if you have any ideas, shoot away. Otherwise, I might just use those fish because I guess those people are familiar with that quite a bit because there's a whale in there.
Yeah, I mean, Jake may actually also have ideas because we were going over when we were doing the Dragon X hybrid.
Hmm.
We were going over the different leagues we could do for that. So yeah, let me DM you what we were thinking for that. It could be just to make it a bit different than some other product protocols.
That's all
Um,
right. We can definitely do that. Yeah, yeah.
yeah.
So essentially, this is the page now. So this is for now TitanX minor, like TitanX, but there is definitely more. So the idea is get TitanX in first, and then second get in hyper data, hyper, and then we have these Helios,
Hmm.
and then there is Blaze. For
Right.
Dragonix is not really needed because like it's just one time mint and that's pretty much it. It's like you have the liquid there as well, which
Yep.
is yeah, it's like yeah. So
Although that
so
will be changing as
mhm.
well in the future with the
Sorry,
new
second.
protocol. There's going to be a new protocol on DragonX, so there'll be something new for you to
Yeah, I
check.
mean that could be something. Yeah, for sure. I mean, probably we can. You can probably hint some few things as well. It would be cool to hear you out. I have a section later on to ask you out some few stuff.
Okay, cool, cool. Now, but let's
Yeah.
continue with this. So, what else should we have a look at here in terms of features?
Exactly. I mean, probably just a sneak preview here. I'm going to share the current dev environment of the new portfolio side because there's some few changes are coming. Since
Okay,
the biggest issue right now I have is I don't like like if I look here TitanX miners and then TitanX stakes. So there is a lot of I don't want too much scrolling now, right? I want to put everything in one place if possible. So I'm gonna
right.
share now the new version. This is share this tab instead. Yeah.
Oh
So
yeah, that's
yeah.
beautiful.
So these are all random addresses, and the only random addresses because I need some addresses which have hyper stakes. Some have only Titanic stakes, like all the combination, all the edge cases. So these are like some random addresses I just fished on Etherscan. So I mean, as
This
you can
looks so
see,
good.
there's sorry, say again.
It just looks so good, man. I love this design. It looks so good.
Yeah. So I mean, I mean, as you see, these addresses are very Titanix and Dragonix focused.
Yep.
So some guy has some a bit of a Dragonix here.
Smart
so
man.
so uh so this is now the new way or the new design is you just have one thing which is Titanix and then you have Hyper here and you have
Nice.
these tabs here. So you have miners and then you have payout cycles. So now this is a bit more space efficient. And I've only added 5 miners, but you can just load more if you want.
Okay.
And then there's 10 more, and then there's load more. You can just keep on loading. And that's pretty much it now. So this is going to come out. This is not yet live. But
Did you design
essentially,
this, Mike? Did you design this?
yes, all
Oh,
me.
Mike, you did a great job. Really good job.
Yeah, so this is all my design per se. So now I thought this is the best idea because now you don't have it's space efficient and then states can be added here as well and it's all Titanix.
Right.
And probably the other idea what I wanted as well, maybe I'm not so sure, I'll have to find a good way, is to have all the protocols also listed here so that you
Right.
can just click on it and then it will just scroll to that place.
I like that. Or even like if you compress these to tabs,
Hmm.
you could tab over and then you wouldn't have to scroll down because there might be a lot of those protocols.
That's the thing. Yeah. I'll have. I might. Maybe. Yeah. I will have to see if I can do the tab. Yeah. Maybe the tabbing could also be something I could look into. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll have to look into it. But for now, I think doing this is for now okay.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, because I can add the stakes now, and then maybe Helios and the other stuff, and then we'll have to see how that goes. But this is essentially is not yet. Why I didn't want to deploy it yet is because I don't have it. There is no hyper historical data yet. Well, I have it, but I have to change some few things on the in the back end for the historical data to appear. So there's
Okay.
no data. That's why you see not a number here. That's why I didn't want to push it yet.
Yeah. No, I think it would be awesome. And I don't know
Hmm.
if you have this plan for TitanX Hub or if you're going to keep developing on Dune, but I
Hmm.
think it would be great to have a Dune dashboard for Hyper. Um,
Yeah, I mean that's something which I'll look into. I mean, this is also the premium version of TitanX Hub. This is
Okay.
where all the data is basically in right now, because I mean, it takes a lot of time, and I need also some few things out to make this sustainable. Because
Hmm.
yeah, it's like now probably I have a bit more time, but when things get tough, it's like there's no time, and then it's like the incentive to to take in projects which bring money is definitely higher than just keep on building.
Yeah. So yeah, let's go into that, man. Let's go into
Yes.
premium. I think some people might be interested in that.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm gonna just go back and start sharing my other screen. So
I think this is my screen. Oh no, that's your screen. Oh, you have
yeah.
my screenshot in your screen. I see.
Yes. I mean, that's what I pretty much. That's what one of the things I want to ask you when you jump
Yeah,
into Dragon X.
I will get into that. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. So I mean, for the Titans the premium, it is a paid. It is paid, and this is now for the people who are probably more interested in to get more detailed data of some of the stuff which are not there out there yet. Especially now, let's say I don't know, we have detailed data. So anyway, first the thing is like the vision of it is to get detailed analytics for all build on Titanic's projects. That's the vision, right? So data for Titanix, data for Hyper, data for whatever, like Blaze coming up, Helios, I guess. So for now, we have data for Titanix and Hyper, and there's more data coming in the future. Right now, I'm just very busy with the portfolio page, and that's why I want to get that portfolio page done, and then I have more time to get also working on the Titanix Premium. And this is essentially now how to make this a bit more sustainable, because yeah, at some point it's like there's no way I can just keep on building without being it for it being sustainable. I
Yeah.
just cannot allocate more time at some point. That's the problem.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, no, it
Yeah.
makes sense, man. I think you're providing so much value, and if you're giving people exclusive access to data, that's even better, right? People will get more insight to what's going on.
Absolutely. So I mean, these are like I have a shout out to all the people who have subscribed already, and for sure, if you're interested, let me know. Just shoot me a DM or something, and we'll figure something out. But shout out to all the people who are already in there as well, and I'm also improving that in the background as well.
Do
Yeah.
you have a Telegram group people can join?
I do not have a Telegram group yet, but I think this is something I should make.
Yeah,
Yeah, because just for now, it was just more I get distracted very easily. So that's why it's like I try like to be more just like not as much access to everything else so that I can just keep on building, because that's the most important thing is like me building the portfolio page and people using it is uh, way more worth it than me hanging in some Telegram group. But I think for reaching the people is also important for sure.
yeah. Telegram is just it's easier access. Like if people want to ask you questions or they
Yes.
want to sign up or anything, it's like a sales platform and a customer
Gotcha.
service platform and all of that, right?
Okay.
So
I think I'm going to make a group. So and then all the people who
yeah.
have joined, I'm just going to add them in there as well. I'm not sure if I should create a just a Titanix Hub group directly or the premium version. So I'll have to see. Maybe I'll just make a global one, just
I
Titanix
would
Hub.
have both. I would have both because
Okay.
that's your funnel, right? That's your funnel. So you
Okay.
funnel people from the channel, the open
Mhm.
channel into the paid
Mhm.
channel, right?
Okay. Okay.
As one of your marketing efforts. It's just a way to keep people. You get a way to keep people. It's more sticky interaction, right? Chat is more sticky interaction than just a website visit.
All right, fair enough, fair enough. Yeah, I think I'm gonna get into that as well. Yeah, it's just like there's so much to do, man. It's crazy. So that's like
Yeah,
I need to really be careful
yeah,
opening other portal where my energy goes.
of course, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think that's one of the things. But yeah, I think nevertheless, I think I'll definitely have to do that because it's more important because also just much easier to communicate, I guess sometimes. Although I do miss a lot of messages on Telegram, man. I just get bombarded by so many messages. It's crazy on Telegram.
Yep. Hey, CMO, thanks for showing up, man.
Oh yeah, shout out to Mo.
Yeah, no, I hear you, man. Like, there's only so many hours in the day, so it makes sense.
Yeah.
Um,
So that's something which I'm more like I get distracted very easily. So it's like I'm working on getting on my focus.
yeah.
Yeah, because like every day in the morning I wake up and I just see is like, oh, TitanX, the portfolio page is not done. This is not done. That is not done. And then it's like trying to make progress every day, and that's hard enough to get all the things going. And also I have a day job as well. So
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
No,
And also want to
respect.
be fit.
It's a grind, man, to get everything bootstrapped like this, and you're doing the design and everything. Like, it's really impressive. I'm really impressed.
Yeah, and especially like I mean, one of the things I mentioned earlier is like I really like good design, but it takes so much time. I mean, for me to just come up with how to show the whole miners and the stakes and stuff like that. Oh man, the amount of time, like I do not want to put a stopwatch to see how much time it went to that.
Were
It's
you
like
in Figma, or what were you doing?
I'm doing it live.
You're building it as you're designing it.
Exactly. So it's like I'm building it. I'm just like, this one, I don't like this one. It's like, I like this one better. This one doesn't
You
look so
may
good.
save time. I mean, I don't think. Yeah, you probably wouldn't save time if you did in Figma because you have to
No,
learn
I don't
all the
think so,
design.
man.
Yeah, it's probably faster to just hack it out.
Yeah. So I just hack it live and I just see it's like,
Huh?
oh,
I mean,
yeah,
maybe some basic wireframes, like, would help you just speed up a little bit. I don't know.
yeah, yeah.
But you're getting a good result.
I mean, I think it looks pretty good, but
Yeah.
it's just, I just take, it takes a lot of time, and also then again, I don't have much experience yet in React. I'm getting better, so a
Mhm.
lot of things which is like I want to build or I want to see, I have to I have to understand like I have to like the nitty gritty of Next.js of React. I have to learn as well, like as well. So it's like quite a lot of things that I had to learn to just make it happen. But hey, it is what it is. I mean, it's not. I'm not complaining. I'm just stating how things are.
And it's new skills, right? You're gaining your skills. So
Yes, yeah, yeah, yeah. So I mean, right now, I think all the concepts of React and also like quite advanced topics, especially I don't know, like data fetching, caching, and all that
mhm.
stuff, because I deal with a lot of data. It's like there's so much data I have to deal with, and also calculations when the end date comes, all the countdowns, uh, like like a lot of data I have to deal with per se. So that was yeah, it's quite a lot to deal with, and yeah, but it is what it is, man. It's I think making some progress, and hopefully yeah, people gonna use it. I mean, that's the end point, right? I mean, as a builder,
Yeah,
I like to build stuff and people use it, right?
I'm definitely going to use it, man. It looks really, really good. Very
Yeah,
impressive.
yeah. And also one more thing is also I so essentially add in Hyper, which is gonna be coming hopefully the next few days, and then Helios, and then Blaze, and then I want to work on the LP side now. So some of the LPs
Mm,
I'm going to
yeah.
be adding some of them as well, because people do use the LP, and I just want to add that as well, so that you have a real portfolio whereby you just have everything there, man. It's like, and the way I've built it, the portfolio is whenever we go to all these other chains, whatever, Solana, Base, whatever, I can just add them all in there as well.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah. No, I think yeah, because X28 is going to go cross chain, so that it could be good to have that as well.
yeah, yeah. It's just now it gets very exponentially harder, because now let's say if you have like 5 chains, in those 5 chains, because right now like I have maybe indexing to get the prices, I need to update the price in essentially,
Yeah.
and there's like 300 tokens which I added in the database so that you can actually view your, so it's like I need to be adding a lot of tokens in those blockchains. So I need to see, okay, what are the whatever, maybe the first 50 popular tokens on BNB, then add those. and then people are probably going to be saying like, hey, my token is not there, this token is not there, so I'll have to just over time just start adding, because all the icons and stuff like that, you need to add them, like they need to be there beforehand.
Right. It's a
Yeah.
big effort. Yeah. I mean, and for TitanX protocols, I would definitely make sure that you keep a high bar as well, because these protocols all have different features,
Yes.
different requirements to display the different investment strategy, whatever that is for that protocol, so you have to make sure you're being selective there too.
That's the thing. So I mean,
Maybe the barrier should be like 300 users or more, or even higher than that. I don't know.
yeah. Yeah, so there's definitely a lot of let's put it that way. It's like um I'll not be bored. There's a lot to do.
For sure, man. It's super impressive. I'm really impressed, and
um,
I will definitely be reaching out when I need some designs for my own work.
we can work something and see.
Let's go on
Talking
contract, buddy.
talking about design, man. Let's talk about this design here,
Yeah, what do you
man.
think about this? What are your thoughts?
I mean, I think it's a very clean design for sure. Uh, what is your intention for this page now? Because I think you're saying is like you wanna like, what is your intention for this new design? Why just not keep the old design there?
Yeah. So it's a good question. So now that the shakeup period is over, and we're entering into the kind of the growing portion of the bull market, I want to prepare DragonX for basically to be seen by a new audience, an audience of people that are not familiar with TitanX necessarily. They wouldn't be familiar with DeFi, but they'd be new to TitanX. So to do that, I want to make the site be a little bit more focused on the value propositions up front, and bring some of the more functional aspects to the back, while also updating the design. So we're going to move this to, and by the way, the names of all these tabs are, everything here is totally speculative. We're going to move the function calls to stats or info or something like that. And we're going to have a landing page that basically goes through the value, the different value propositions that DragonX has for a new user. So there'll be a fresh landing page, kind of like hex.com, right? It doesn't show the 10,000x up front. It shows 40% APY. So we're going to be introducing a new protocol, and that is going to be showcased as well to new users, so they have a chance to compound and earn a solid APY. And we use that as a marketing tool. So basically what we're doing is gearing up the website for that.
Got you. So this is interesting. I mean, I think you mentioned some few points there, but this function, I mean, this is not the landing page per se now, because these are more just the function calls as of right now, right? This is
Right.
the tab for the function calls, right?
Exactly. So this will be the function call section, and then the landing page is not shown here.
Okay,
It's but the
because
same
that's what I was.
design language.
Okay, because that was the first thing I was thinking about. I was like, okay, if you're new to this, like this doesn't tell you anything. It's like stake TitanX.
Right.
What the fuck is this? I don't know what is TitanX. Why do I need to stake it? Claim ETH. So I thought this was the landing page. That's why I was a bit worried.
No. I mean, that's the whole idea. The whole idea is that right now, if you weren't there when TitanX was DragonX was launching, you probably don't get what the page is about at all. You just see a bunch of numbers. So that's a barrier to adoption, right? So that's why we have this new landing page. I'm not going to tease it tonight because it's still a little bit raw, but it looks good. There'll be a place to directly buy DragonX off the main page, like there'll be an embedded swapper, and the value proposition will be clear for everyone. So yeah, and all the pages will be redesigned. Hybrid page will be redesigned. And then we have the earn page. So the earn tab this is just a placeholder for what the new protocol will be. Yeah, that's going to be a placeholder for that.
That's pretty awesome. So probably just one thing which I would probably want to say is potentially if okay, fair enough, there's not the landing page, but maybe
Yeah.
if a new person clicks on the stats page, potentially stake TitanX, maybe there's like an icon for information, and then you just have a bit of information there to give them a bit of context for the new people. I mean,
Yeah,
that's the
no
only
problem.
thing I would say. But I mean, other than
Agreed.
that, I think it's pretty cool design.
Yeah, we need tooltips.
Yeah.
I mean, I've honestly I've considered just removing just having people do function calls through the contracts and stuff, just because people are going to come here, they're clicking random buttons, they won't necessarily get what they're clicking. But it's fine. We'll leave it there to
Yeah.
keep the community run. So
Exactly. I think that would be pretty. Yeah. I mean, it's not the landing page anyway, so it's only people who
yeah,
really know they will click it. So
yeah, adding more context here in text is a great idea.
yeah, yeah, I guess so. This is, yeah. I mean, I like the new design. I think this is also pretty new now. I don't know if it's new, but the new design I'm seeing more and more is to have these buttons which are more rounded. This is a fairly new thing I'm seeing more and more. I don't know if this is a fact, but I like it.
You like it? Okay.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I like it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think it's good. The top bar, it
Mhm.
feels a little bit detached from the rest of the UI to me.
Okay.
Like maybe we need a more muted color.
Hmm.
Same with the Connect Wallet button. The pattern is not really visible there. So there's a little bit more I would do on this. I mean, it does that nav bar I feel needs some work, but everything else I think is looking pretty good.
Mm. Yeah, I
I don't know
mean,
about like progress for the amount of DragonX that's been burned. I guess it's not being burned too frequently, so it's probably fine. But it would be cool if there was some visualization of the amount that was burned.
I think, yeah, that could be definitely cool. I mean, you can work on that as well.
Maybe we leave that to your dashboard, or we could even link out to your dashboard for more information. You know, like we could have a link here
I
to
mean,
your
that would be
dashboard.
cool. Definitely some backlinks. It would be great for the site as well.
Yeah, because I wouldn't
And
want to duplicate efforts. You know,
sorry, second.
I wouldn't want to like duplicate efforts and have my own charts and everything if you're going to have that. So,
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah, and also, yeah, I think that would be great. I mean, if you just can link the site, I can definitely, yeah, that definitely helps. And I can link back to you guys as well, to your site.
yeah, that
Yeah.
sounds
I
great.
mean, they already links there anyway to your site.
Yeah, there are. Yeah, we're covered by your site. So,
Yeah, yeah.
um, yeah,
So
man.
okay,
So it's exciting. Should be
this is
good.
great. Now, can you say something about the new protocol? Do you have any news? Can you hint us what's gonna happen, or is, yeah?
Yeah.
Give us some info.
So we're pushing to launch end of August. Um, so it's a collaboration between Jake and I. So Jake is the mastermind designing it. I mean, I shouldn't say that. I was pushing to have it integrated with the Dragon Vault and all that good stuff. But Jake is the mastermind behind it. It's effectively everything he's learned from TitanX and Hyper, tied in with everything I've learned through my own token economic knowledge and DragonX into a protocol that allows people to rapidly recompound their wealth through a new kind of mining. And the goal would be that it's similar to Hyper and TitanX, but that it's a more fast-paced compounding game with fewer rewards to newcomers and more about rewarding people who are compounding on repeat, right? So the more compounding you do, the more rewards you get, as opposed to the earlier you were, right? Because with earlier you are, it's not necessarily good for the actual token chart, you know, because people are going to dump, right? So we're trying to get around that and make something that's more sustainable. If you look at Hyper, you can see how much Jake improved the design because Hyper is already back to profitability, right? Whereas TitanX is still lagging. So that's what's cool about this is it'll be even more an improvement upon that, and it's going to be integrated with the DragonX Vault. So there's a lot of benefits to being integrated with a lower liquidity, faster moving derivative of TitanX. Like your token will probably appreciate faster. So that will allow mining to become profitable faster, you know, and it allows mining profitability to be tied to all the efforts we're doing to bring the TitanX price up. So the two are, it's better for the whole system to have this deflationary store of value and then to have this compounding protocol, you know, because the compounding protocol feeds the deflationary store of value, and the deflationary store of value brings price appreciation to the compounding protocol. So we can do things that you couldn't do alone with Hyper. We can do things that you could not do alone with TitanX because of the integration between the two. So it's going to be really cool. I'm super excited about it. And what's cool about it also is that this lines up with some of the efforts that are happening in the background to bring more people into TitanX. So there'll be this headline APY number, right? And that's something that people will be interested in and that we can sell to people. Instead of a derivative on a small altcoin with 12,000 users, it's hijacking the staking system that these people don't understand. Like, people don't understand any of that, right? So that's the idea. It's a fresh start for new people and a fresh value proposition.
Interesting.
Yeah.
But this is now not, is this tied to all the projects in the ecosystem or to DragonX and TitanX only?
DragonX and TitanX only.
Okay. And is it going to be on the DragonX website then, this new or is it a new project completely?
It's not new. It's part of DragonX. So it will be where that earn tab is right now. That's where that's going to be.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. Do you have any design you want to share, or is that too much to ask?
I think I'll leave it at what I said. It's going to utilize the DragonX vault, which you can see what the benefit of that would be, right? Like, if the compounding protocol is benefiting from the buy and burn of DragonX, then it's appreciating faster. And that benefits the miner ROI. So you have this thing that's bringing the miner ROI up. And we can also do cool stuff to kind of interleave the LPs so that the buy pressure from this new protocol will impact the DragonX protocol, right? So we have this cool stuff. It's all the stuff that we've learned, right? All the stuff that Jake's learned, all the stuff that I've learned. It's going to be very different from Hyper and TitanX in some ways, and very similar in other ways. So I'll leave it at that for now. I won't go too deep into it, but it's very bullish for DragonX, and it's very bullish for TitanX. I can tell you that it will be powered by liquid TitanX. So
okay,
that's something I'm really excited about, because what do we have that just uses liquid TitanX at this point, right? We had DragonX. You can't do anything with it now because the mint phase is over. But now you have Inferno. So now we have another thing that actually uses liquid TitanX, which is what we need, right? We need that to be used up for new protocols. So I think this is a game that never ends. It's a perpetual game. It's built on TitanX. It's built on DragonX. It uses TitanX. It's going to be really exciting. It's going to be a good value prop for people.
So this TitanX, which is going to take in, it's potentially going to go to the DragonX vault and get staked then. Is that somewhat?
Yeah. That's right. A portion will go to the DragonX vault. Okay.
And this is going to launch before 369. Is that also correct?
Yeah.
So are you trying to tell me that your percentage will go higher?
Oh yes, and we'll be going to TitanX Hub to see just how much we're going to be getting. So yeah, it's going to be exciting, man, because we want to maintain our position in that pool for these big payouts, and I firmly believe this won't be the last big payout. I mean, the 888 is obviously there,
Yes,
but I think we're going to get some payouts between that. I think that mining will pick back up, especially because we're going to have this awesome mining protocol that's going to have a great ROI, and people are going to want to use their TitanX to get that compounding going. So that's just going to continue that flywheel of burning TitanX, and that just feeds the DragonX vault, which burns more TitanX, and it just keeps that flywheel going. We have so many different apps now in the ecosystem, and then with a concerted marketing effort, with a concerted push to get more users that can be super powerful for TitanX. Like I want DragonX to have as many users as TitanX. You know, at least should have that many. It's so well built, right? And now we're adding even more to it.
Absolutely. Yeah. I think
Yeah.
now I'm seeing more and more efforts on your end, trying to market it as well. So I think if you keep on that effort, I think there's definitely going to be some numbers growing.
Dude, it's so hard to break 1,000. I don't know what's going on. Like, I think it's just people are checked out effectively.
Yeah, I think more green candles will definitely bring in some FOMO. So I guess nearing 369 with the 2.2 million. I mean, right now, currently, it's gonna grow. And also, you mentioned the Triple H Day payout. That's already 1 million. And
I think that will be a lot more. I think that's going to be a lot more, man.
yeah, and
This
there's one.
X28 will be burning stakes in perpetuity. I imagine it's in perpetuity once it launches.
Mm-hmm.
So imagine that, you know.
Yeah.
And then if the miners will start keeping it.
So that number will grow, and as you have heard, Eric wants to maintain that number or actually even improve that number. And I guess there's some builders out there as well listening in, and they want to come and defend, get some of that percentage as well.
Yeah, for sure. And it's this thing is it's going to be very good for DragonX. As we get closer, I'll reveal. It doesn't just use the vault; it also burns DragonX directly. So there, I gave away another secret. So like now you're going to have burns between the 369 and the AAA. Consistent burns. So let that sink in. We have a 50K liquidity pool. So it's going to be awesome. I'm super excited. And this question, when white paper? Yeah. We'll. I mean, I told you almost everything right now. So for those of you guys that are tuning in, you're getting the alpha. But yeah, we're going to do a full doc. You know, those of you that have been in TitanX and Hyper for a while will get it. But we want to bring new people in too, so we'll have a nice user-friendly doc for you. Probably in a couple of weeks, like a week before we launch, we'll release that.
So I guess the TLDR, what Eric is saying is you might consider getting some DragonX.
Mike, I'm not done gaining my position. No, yeah, I mean, I think this is a good time for it, guys. Like, I look at SolidX, which is another project that we're working with, and I see that as a comparable project to what we can be by the time the 369 rolls around. Like, they have 7,000 users, they have a 300 mil market cap. You know, they have good volume. I think we actually have almost as much volume as them right now, but that's going to change for them as well. But I think that's where we can be. Like, I don't think it's too hard based on our level of connections to get to that for DragonX. You know, I think it's one big push before the 369 comes out, like starting now to push for that we can get to that level.
Okay. Probably one thing which I want to mention is here that currently the 2.27 million, right?
Yep.
44.4% or 44.5% of that will be buying and burning DragonX.
Yep. Only half, or roughly half, 44.5%.
Yeah,
that's right.
Roughly half will be but then again, the other half, the 44.5 or so, is going to be buying TitanX and staking it essentially. So it's like you're pumping TitanX up, but you're also pumping DragonX up, more or less.
100%. Yeah, it's a lot of buy and burn, and it's going to be. I love the idea of contributing a consistent buy and burn to TitanX, because it just these are the kind of protocols we need, right? Like, it's not a one-off shot. Like, Dragon X is not just the 369. It's not just the 888. It's more than that, you know? And I love that. Like, I feel like that's what this protocol deserves, you know? And it's awesome to just, people have to compete with us. Like, I'm proud that we are the biggest burner, you know, and now you got to compete with us all. Keep competing with us, right? Up your marketing efforts. Like if you want to get now, if other protocols want to get eyeballs, they have to beat our hardcore compounding protocol, right? So they better be innovating, building a utility, marketing like crazy. So, and they have to think about, okay, how can we expand the pie? It's not going to be enough anymore to just the same circular number of users, because we're gonna hoover up a ton more users. We're going to hoover up a ton more TitanX, and then we're going to bring new people into. So you have to compete with all of that to stand a chance, and that's good because I want to see more marketing from people. Like we already have some great projects in TitanX, but yeah, let's go to the list here. Like Hyper is great, Helios is great, you know, Blaze is great. These protocols are actually really great. Like we have so much already, but we need more marketing. So I want people to feel like, oh shit, I can't just go back to the TitanX community for liquidity anymore. Like DragonX is sucking everything up. I need to go somewhere else. I need to find new people. You know.
Cool stuff, man. I think I really like it. I think one thing I want to show is probably here some of the chart of DragonX currently.
Yes.
Because probably for some of you viewers, you have at some point actually minted DragonX. So
Let's
I mean,
zoom
this
out a
is.
little. Let's go to the
Go ahead.
maybe hourly or 4 hourly.
Okay, you. I mean, yeah, I can do hourly. So that's.
There we go.
Yeah.
If we zoom out even more, we can see the trend that's building right now. You can see how much more volatility and growth there is.
Yes.
Right now. So I think it's pretty obvious you've entered a new paradigm. You know.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like if I'm not mistaken, it started going up when you came in and started doing more marketing.
Correct.
I think that could be the case. Yeah. I like to actually view the price in terms of TitanX because that's more.
Oh yeah, here we go. This would be interesting.
Yeah.
Can we zoom out even more? Can we go to the 4 hour?
Day. Yeah, I mean,
or even
can
daily.
do it
Daily. So let's go to that daily and see what we got here. Oh, okay. So TitanX is gaining. See, gaining on us.
Yeah, they're gaining. Oh, currently yes. What's going on?
We're crushing it in dollars, but here's TitanX.
Yes. Yeah.
But I mean, I think people are happy. We're still holding a much higher level, which is good.
I mean, if you minted 1-to-1, which probably most of you guys have, potentially some people are also a bit higher, but nevertheless, it's you're still right now. If you minted 1-to-1, 2.85 higher now.
That's right.
Which is fair enough. There was a lot more inflation on TitanX end, but essentially now you have 2.85 or 83 currently more.
And that's what's great. I mean, you have this, you know, TitanX has the inflationary pressure, right? But we don't have that. Yes. So I feel that this is the start of DragonX, to be honest with you. Like all that other stuff that happened was the prelude, right? That's like, it's like Hex, you know, the AA was just the beginning, you know, and then it just, people were like, there were many months of just languishing, you know, especially before the big payday. People lost faith. They thought, oh, they won't go past these levels. And I see that with DragonX as well. People are like, oh, the 369 will get exhausted and blah, blah, blah. It's like, well, that's just 369 is just, it's honestly just icing on the cake, right? Like we don't need it. We have a new protocol coming that's probably going to burn more than the 369, which is crazy to say, but I mean, it will be comparable. This new protocol over the course of the next year will burn as much as either the 888 or the 369 would be my guess. So people aren't ready for how big this thing can get in terms of users. And it's something that we've also realized on our team. We've been really busy with building other things, you know? So we kind of let TitanX kind of reach its bottom, and now we look back at DragonX and we're thinking, damn, we have got something really special here. We need to make this thing as big as we can. So that's kind of where we are with DragonX.
All right. So probably just the last thing maybe before we finish it off, maybe I don't know, a few more minutes or so. It's like an hour and a half. I have a next meeting coming up. and a half now or so. But
Get the
so I
AMA
mean,
or no?
no, I mean, I just wanted to go here because I'm just on Dex Screener right now,
Okay.
and I think the payout basically for Titan for DragonX, I think was what 44%. So let's say around 1.2 million. I think
Yeah.
depending now, obviously, on the ETH price, but let's say 1.2 million. And right now we have so we have 70K DragonX and 46K TitanX.
Yeah.
So what happens if you this is not even 10x, it's going to be 20x volume, like TitanX is going to be coming to this pool, I guess, right?
Yes. 20 times. Crazy,
Yeah,
right?
20 times more. So what happens if you 20x the what does okay,
I mean,
if nobody sells, obviously, right?
if you
Just
don't,
that's in
I
theory.
don't know. I can't do math, but screen math. Like we need to look it up, what the exact price impact would be. Like obviously, people will be selling, and it probably won't all hit the market at once and this kind of thing. But if you were to hit the market at once, it would be insane,
It
right?
would
It
be
would
insane,
be
yes.
what, 100x, 50x. I don't even know. I don't know.
I think
I
it's
think if you double the pool, it's 4x, right?
yeah, I think it's the
So
square root or something. I'm
yeah.
well, what is it? Yeah.
So if you 200x the pool, it's hilarious. It's such an obvious play. Like that's why I'm on Twitter going crazy about it. I just
Yeah,
find it so
yeah.
funny how few people are in it. But it's a benefit to you guys because you recognize, and look, our viewer count is actually rising. We have more viewers now than we did in the beginning.
People
But
more buying. Yeah.
yeah, it's
Um,
like
mm,
it's such a no-brainer play to me, actually. Um,
yeah.
and it's funny because the number of people that are in it at the beginning
Mhm.
versus the number of people that will be in it when the bull market is raging, it's going to be so different. It can be a totally different token, like,
Mhm.
so people that are really early don't realize that. Like, and the power of build on TitanX and that whole ethos is something that other protocols just don't have. Like,
Mhm.
Hex was just shilling it all the time, Richard in marketing, and that's a huge part of it. But there was no like extending the system. Like we're actually extending DragonX, you know. Um, and so people are like they're looking at the current situation and they're trying to extrapolate from that. But my team, the DragonX team is looking at like, well, what would an extended version of DragonX be able to do? Like, well, it goes back to this tweet I said, like, can you hit a target that no one else can see, right? Everyone is looking at these payouts as being the end game for DragonX, but it's actually not. So, surprise,
Surprise, motherfuckers.
surprise, motherfuckers.
Is that that's like a term I heard on Twitter some time ago. Yeah, I mean, I think this is great, Eric, and I think when we start getting near to what you guys are building, having more information, yeah, let me know. We can do a stream. Need
Yeah,
some time to do all my drawings so people can understand it better. Actually,
of course.
it's more like for me to understand it better, but and then share it with you guys. So
Your legendary drawings, man. No, man, I really enjoyed the stream, and I mean, I guess maybe you want to just take maybe like 10 minutes for any. We have 330 people here, so maybe there's some questions we can hit.
sure thing, sure thing.
If you need to drop mic, that's also okay. I can field the questions, but if you want to hang
No, no
out, that would
worries.
be
Yeah, yeah. No, I still have a bit of time.
okay. Guys, hit us with questions.
Yes. All right.
I'm not going to scroll up too high here. So
Mhm.
post what you got. There's 300 of you. I just dropped a ton of alpha on this channel, and there's a ton of cool stuff happening for TitanX Hub. So this is a really value packed stream. Um, and I actually love how few people there are right now, because that's the differential. That's great for the early people.
Absolutely.
Like I want to give off Hex 2019 vibes. I'm trying to give it off. I feel like we're out here streaming for hours. Small community of dedicated people. Like I love it.
Yeah.
See, here we go.
We're in the pre-hacks days of DragonX.
Because the bull market's around the corner. If you guys saw my tweet about the banana zone, that's a great. It's a great it's a great way of thinking about the bull market because it kind of hits all at once. Like it's just a slow grinding and build, and then the narrative just slowly improves, and then there's some dynamics that change that tip things in the bullish favor. But then it's the liquidity cycle that really jacks the thing up, and that's when the interest rates get cut. We could do another stream. You know what would be cool is someone who's really economically knowledgeable to come on here and give a stream about some economic stuff and macro stuff.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely some guys out there who are definitely more knowledgeable on that case.
I want to do a stream on all the Richard Werner stuff that I've been showing. Guys, hit us with some questions because Mike has to go. There's 340 people watching, so I think we can do a few questions.
Absolutely, fire away.
Fire away. Here we go. Countdown to day 369. Yes, let the flywheels take off. Indeed, it's crazy. People are going to have so many options of different protocols. By the way, Mike, question for you.
Go ahead, man.
Are you considering building a protocol?
The thing is, so the question is if I have an idea to build a protocol.
Yeah, or even the interests, even if you don't have an idea yet.
I mean, I think I have interest to build for sure. The only thing which probably stopped me somewhat is just like, okay, one thing I chose was like, okay, I want to play my part, and my part was like the TitanX hub, right?
Yep.
So I was like, okay, I need to play my part somewhat. I mean, essentially, I'm also built on TitanX as well, but there is no token or anything in that part. So that's why I was like, okay, there's only so much time I can put into this. So this is what I basically decided to build, essentially. I did not really, I guess it was not like a conscious decision to do so. It was just more, I tried out some things and, well, I just kept on at it.
Well, I think it's great. I really think it's great. And maybe, it would be cool. Like, do you know there's some NFT like inner circles where they run on NFTs.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe you could like launch an NFT collection, accept TitanX for it, and that's like your inner circle or something.
I mean that could be something for sure, which probably I'll have to think about that, because that could definitely make sense. Because to make it sustainable, let's say it's hard to make things sustainable, right? Because like the time, the resource time is very limited, and also it's just a lot of time going here. And I mean, right now I guess it's just great because I have the time. But when things get really tough, then I mean, obviously in between also, I mean, the only things portfolio page was very late because it was just so much work in between I had to do. So this is something which I'm looking into myself. I have some few ideas, but then again, time.
Yeah, for sure. Well, Mike, I mean, we should talk off stream a little bit more about that, because you're a super valuable and intelligent guy who's doing a lot. You have a lot of insights into the statistics and into the inner workings of all these protocols. Like, I would team up with you, man. Like, I know you know that I have my little group of guys, my network of guys, we kind of help each other out to succeed in life. And if you wanted to join up and bring people into that, like, I think there's some synergy there, and it wouldn't need to be a full-time thing for you. But we can talk more off stream, man. Like, I think that could be really cool. Just a fun way of just working together. I should get you in there either way, because I think you're an amazing guy. So we should definitely talk.
That'll be awesome. I mean, I did put a new component here with the donation button.
There you go, donation button, guys.
There's a donation button right there. With one click, you have my address. But
you need a banner, man. What you need is like one of those obstructive, like, stop.
You cannot click it away if you don't send some ETH. Yeah, but nevertheless, it's not sustainable. That's like I mean, so far, if that's what I was building for, then I would have stopped a long time ago. So that's definitely not sustainable.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Now, guys, come on. There's 3. It's funny because the stream is actually growing. Like, we're at the highest number of users, but no one has any questions.
Yeah, I mean, I
Um,
guess the Americans are waking up slowly. I think that's one of the big things I realize, because like my audience or the YouTube, when I look at it, a lot of Americans for sure. So that's
mhm.
why I like to do my stream kind of late, where Americans are, yeah, are awake.
Yep, good call. Mike, oh,
Yeah.
I did have a few notes. So you haven't mentioned your blog feature. Do you want to go over that real quick?
Oh yes, this is also something I think I need to make it a little bit better. I mean, that's why for now I just have the projects and portfolio. I did hide it a little bit here at the bottom, but there is a blog site here. I need to make it a little bit better. And I also want maybe some few other people who maybe want to write something here, because this is probably for SEO is also pretty good.
Hmm.
And because now all the things, well, it's written by TitanX, but it should actually
Can we
be
get a
me.
transcript generated from that? Maybe you could do that.
I think this is also something I started thinking about. Maybe also all the videos I've done, or like maybe some of the streams I've done as well. Maybe to just generate some transcripts as well on that could also be something I can look into. But also, if somebody is willing to write more articles, I can definitely make like a username for them, and then they can just start posting. They will have their Twitter here. I will, well, obviously promote them as well. Mike Dean coin. Yes, yeah, but that's the blog feature is definitely there, and it's actually pretty good because I want to. For now, this is, I mean, the nerd term is it's not server side rendered currently, so the SEO is not there really. So I need to make it server side rendered so that it can get indexed much easier.
Yeah,
Mhm.
Next.js is your friend.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, I have basically done it, but yeah, there's just so much to do, man. It's like, oh, I need to make. There's so much to do. Everything I look at, I'm like, oh, maybe I should do this. Maybe I should get this. But yeah,
I'm surprised you didn't go with the Pornhub branding because you're TitanX Hub. So
I
where's your? I was expecting the redesign to be Pornhub redesign. So now
I
am I going to get no views on this video now because I said that?
well, I guess you said the trigger word. I don't know.
I love censorship. Oh God.
Yeah, yeah.
The other
Yeah,
thing, Mike, is I'm not sure if Shogun is going to happen, so you could remove that from the list.
I could, yeah, potentially remove that as well.
In
Yeah, yeah. I
fact,
mean, these.
I've been telling Jake that we should name our this protocol Shogun that we're building together. I don't know
Okay.
what I don't know what we're going to end up naming it. There have been
Mhm.
some names thrown around. If you guys have name ideas,
Mm.
let me know. But yeah, I mean, there is no Shogun right now.
But
So
this is also not Titan Farms, by the way, right? Is that correct?
what's up?
Uh, Titan Farms is a completely different thing than what you're talking about. Is that correct?
Titan Farms is completely different. We're going to launch Titan Farms.
Ah, fair enough. Cool,
Um,
cool.
we're actually that's going to be Titan Farms will be on the TitanX main website.
Oh, okay. It's
Yeah.
gonna be on the main TitanX website, yeah.
Yes.
Oh, that's pretty cool. All right.
It's
Well.
everything is coming together. Like this is I feel that this is one really important part is that we
Mm.
need to build together, guys.
Mhm.
Like I'm so happy that Jake and I are building protocols together. Like because first of all, we need to harness the entire community, right? To burn TitanX and to create new utility. But then you get two minds together to think about how to optimize it to be the best, right? And you get the barriers broken down between protocols where you get the vault being used, right? So Jake's brilliant token economics that he developed for TitanX are now being used in a way that's symbiotic with the stuff I made, right? So it's
Mhm.
just that's really how you can take TitanX to the next level, like builders working together, right? Like the DragonX vault is a resource. This is what I was trying to say 6 months ago. It's a
Mhm.
resource to bring all of us to the moon. And there are other things that can be done, I'm sure. Like people just need to explore collaborations.
Cool.
Here we go. Mike, I know you have videos on how to enter and exit LP. Still seems like a lot of people don't understand it. Would a live stream with you guys talking on the uses and benefits of using LP pools be good? That could be cool, man. We could do that team up, or if you wanted to take that, that could be really useful.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we can definitely go through that. Yeah.
I don't know. I haven't done any like dedicated videos yet of like concepts that I find interesting, but it could be a good thing. Like I keep coming back to this idea of how money is created and how it ties into basically financial cycles and stuff. I think it's super fascinating. I think a lot of people would find it interesting. So I thought about doing a standalone, but I think I like the back and forth between two people. You know, I think it's more interesting. It's more lively.
Yeah, yeah, but I mean, also, yeah, I mean, I do like these talks and stuff, but I mean, if you want to speak about very specific topics per se, I think that also just makes sense because one thing which I realized or I've learned is it doesn't matter if there's 10,000 videos about a specific topic. It's like some people just understand you because it's you. It's like you're the
That's so
teacher. It's like, yeah, it's just you, and that's pretty much it. Which is like they understand your way of thinking, maybe the way you talk or whatever. It's like you're the teacher. It doesn't matter. It is. I think that's something which I have adopted that mindset, and it's much better to view it that way.
yeah, I agree. I totally agree. Like
Yeah.
because it was that way with a lot of Richard Hart stuff. With your diagrams and everything, you do a really good job breaking things down, much better than me. So like I find it a good way to learn about protocols as well as the way you break them down. So yeah, there's people approach things in different ways, right? People have different
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
mental
So
models for how they conceptualize things.
exactly, exactly. And then it's like, yeah, then 10 people talk about the same topic, but you just view it differently. And that's why people vibe with you in some ways.
Yeah, for sure. No,
Yeah.
and I mean, I think it's something that's been said a lot, but you need to repeat yourself, and you need to have
Oh,
variations on
yes.
what you say to different timing of the day. You don't know who's going to be watching at
Yeah.
that time. Sometimes when someone reads something, they're groggy. They don't take the time to read it,
Yep.
right? Like some people are more vague. Some people they're thinking about second order consequences when you talk. Some people aren't. Right? They're
Yep.
thinking about some people care about thinking about what the meaning behind the thing is, but some people don't. They just want the information right away.
Yes.
So
Some people hate your voice. That's okay.
yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
that's why we need other people. It's like, hey, that's why we need an Eric explaining the same topic because they don't like my voice, and that's okay.
yeah, yeah. No, for sure. Um, yeah. Speaking of hate, I mean, I'm really glad that the haters are gone. They seem to have completely evaporated. I get like only a few hate messages. I would say like a month at this point, which is
Yeah.
great.
I mean, that's all right. We
Like
need them
once
too.
a week, which is not bad actually. It's far far removed from what it was.
Yeah.
Um,
You need them too because they do a lot of marketing for you as well.
true, very true. Although I sometimes wonder how much bigger Dragon X could be if we didn't have some people in there were not good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think LP would be a good one
Yeah.
because yeah, that's another thing about Dragon X is like there
Mhm.
are multiple ways you can monetize your Dragon X. You don't just need to sell on market. You can do LP, and there
Yes.
is a buy and burn coming. So knowing how to do the LP is a big one. And there's also the NFTs, guys. The cool thing about the NFTs that I didn't mention is that you can sell directly for ETH on OpenSea. So you
Yes.
don't need to go through TitanX.
Yeah.
So think about that. Like, that's big. You know?
And actually, by the way, one of the ideas I was thinking to build, but we'll have to see if that works, is actually like a peer-to-peer selling protocol, essentially, like
Right.
peer, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. Like cow swap type stuff.
No, not even cow swap stuff. I would say like a marketplace for selling peer-to-peer.
Yep.
Yeah, like I mean, like cow swap, but essentially you create your own offer, and few other people can just um, buy off. Like, can even just buy a piece of it, not even the full part. So let's say you
I
have a
love
big
that.
whale who wants out right now, and he sells at a 10% discount.
Hmm.
People can
Yeah,
just buy off him straight and on a discount.
I like that. I really like that. I mean,
Because
we tried
and
to.
then it's like you're selling for ETH as well, because like you're not even hitting the liquidity pool or even TitanX per se.
Yeah, no, eBay for crypto. Yeah, totally. Like, I love that idea. I mean, that is part of the thinking behind the DragonX hybrid is like collateralize it, sell it OTC on OpenSea.
Yeah,
But
but
having
here
a more direct liquid token sales platform would be cool.
exactly, and then it's like you can have any token per se, or all the TitanX
Yeah.
token, let's say, right? Which
And that's a
is
project. Yeah. Go ahead, Mike. Sorry to interrupt you.
no worries. Yeah, I mean that's something which I was thinking like, okay, maybe there's some. Um, I mean, there's definitely some few challenges with that per se as well, but I mean, I think all the things can be worked out in some ways. But yeah, but that's also like that will bring utility. But the question is like, is that going to be enough to spend all the time building that as well? So
Yeah. Well, that I mean that could be a revenue generator for you if you take fees too. So
absolutely, because you can just take the fee the same as you would have swapped on Uniswap, the same thing.
yeah, I mean I would even take more, man. Like because you're saving
Yeah,
people from slippage and gas fees and everything. You know, if you take a lot more probably.
potentially they could be taking more, but yeah, this is something I guess. Yeah, but yeah, so this was just an idea, but then I was yeah, I mean, like, I'm not like I have more ideas than time.
Right.
Yeah.
I think that's. I mean, what other ideas did you have? If you can think of them, but
And
like
the ideas, I think
that's a really good one. That's a really good idea because it ties into your goal of making revenue for TitanX Hub and gives a big utility at the same time.
absolutely, so that's one of the things, but yeah, the only thing is like, okay, quick, like time wise, it's just yeah, that could be a bit tricky to get it all running per se, time wise, but I have some more ideas. I think next time when we will stream, maybe I can present some of the ideas. But
Yeah.
yeah, but ideas are worth nothing if you're not building.
So true, man.
It's like ideas are cheap, man. Building is expensive. Time and
Oh yeah. And then you need to dedicate marketing to each product, and I think that's something that a lot of people miss. It's like
that's the thing. Yeah,
the product
because
is only 30% of what you need to succeed.
absolutely. I mean, there's like, I mean, if you just maybe if you have the x-axis, that's the time, right? And the much effort. In the beginning, obviously, like almost 100% of your effort is just building, and then over time, the marketing part just takes over. And then once you've built and everything, at the end, it's just like, okay, maybe 90% is just marketing, and you're improving what has been built. And with a smart contract is like there's essentially no improvement anymore, because it's like that is shipped. You can improve the UI, but it's like, yeah, like that's it. Now the only thing left is, I guess, well, 99.9% is just marketing then at that point.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, the good thing about TitanX Hub is that everything's in one place, right? So you're marketing this one site. It has a bunch of utilities. You
Yes,
have your
yes.
premium membership. You have your OTC sales platform. Like, it's starting to
if
look
if
good.
if that if I'm gonna build that, but I will have to see how that works. I mean, potentially just also in the beginning, just maybe like a swap, offering just swaps for different tokens. That could also be an idea.
Yeah,
And then the peer to peer could be something of an idea as well.
peer to peer is a great idea, man. You
Yeah.
know, I mean, have you considered scaling yourself a little bit? Like, I mean, there are some great devs that actually don't cost that much. You know,
Okay.
you could maybe. I mean, this is something that I just had to accept too.
Hmm.
Like, I couldn't do what I do without my team,
Yes.
and it's just something that I accept, and it's something it's beneficial for everybody, right?
Hmm.
So, like, if you can get something to market that you're really excited about that you wouldn't be able to reach on your own because of bandwidth, then I would say that's like reaching the point of like, okay, maybe I should hire this out. You know, especially
Yeah.
if it's just front end, like front end devs. You can find good front end devs for not too much. I can also give you references. Like I know a lot of good guys.
Hmm.
So
Yeah, I think front end stuff. I think that's definitely much easier to find for sure.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
maybe, I mean, if you, as TitanX grows, like, let's hope we get a good bull market here and we're able to
Mhm.
market this thing properly. Like, maybe you could get some serious volume during the bull market that would justify the investment.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, that's also one of the things is obviously I'm building this stuff, and obviously if people, I get more visitors and maybe more people press the donation button or and and also probably create some more stuff in there and probably even more users on the premium part. I can definitely start investing now. It's like, well, maybe I get somebody to help me out in some few things.
Yeah, for sure. No, I
Yeah.
mean, I would use that OTC tool for sure. And I'm sure there are others on this call that would use that.
Yeah.
It's a great idea.
Yeah, I mean, it can be definitely interesting because I mean, you can use it for selling even higher prices. Let's say it's like, hey, I want a higher price now. I guess you can do
Right.
that, but you can also just say discount. It's like, okay, I don't mind selling it for a 10% discount now, and
Yep.
I have shit tons of it. I mean, I think you have done it. Obviously, you can still do it with the Dragon X hybrid NFT. That's also essentially peer-to-peer deal.
Yep.
But the thing is, with this one would be you can even someone can just also accept, like they can just buy off a fraction of it, because let's say it's a big whale and they want whatever, I don't know, 500K, let's say. It's like, well, people can just chip in 500, 5,000, 6,000, and over time it can just be bought out essentially.
Right. That's beautiful, actually. That's really good, man.
Right, I mean, essentially that's what something it can be done. If I mean, we have this issue with, let's say, I don't know, I think on hacks on Pulsechain there's this group which got shit tons of hacks, and they're essentially creating like a wall where people have to chew through, I guess, right? But
Yeah,
it's
there's
on liquidity pool.
scammers on EHEX.
Exactly. Is it? I think so. Yeah. There's one particular group. I forgot the name. Right. I mean, essentially, a tool like that could also just be like, yeah, okay, you know what? We're just gonna do it a 10% discount or even higher, but at least it's not on the LP side.
Right. No, and this is something you could do on different chains like Pulse Chain too. You know, like it's,
Yeah.
you could hit a lot of communities with that. Yeah, it's really good.
Yeah. Yeah.
Then you get a little buy and burn in there. You get another token for yourself, Mike. The Dean coin could be a reality.
We shall see. We shall see, man. There's a lot of work, man. But yeah, I mean, yeah, we keep it all positive, and yeah, I mean, here I'm building. I'm here since day one, so looking forward to build even more, man.
Just tap me when you need some contract dev done. You know, we're here for you.
Fair enough, man. We'll let you know for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. One
Let's.
of the downside of probably what I have is like I want to build everything myself in a way, because let's say the portfolio side, right? I mean, I'm just tinkering so much to get that right as I wanted. So it's if somebody else takes over, is always like, oh, maybe he's not going to build as I wanted, really.
Right.
So sometimes, yeah. But then I just have to spend more time thinking about how I want it to be.
Well, Mike, you know, it is difficult, man, to let that go, man. Like, but I think it may benefit you.
Yeah,
Like, it's
yeah,
something I let go. You know, I just basically have devs that are better than me. Like, I was a
yes,
developer for 7 years, but I wouldn't try to touch smart contracts. You know,
yes.
like ultimately I had to relinquish that control to someone that I trusted, but it ended up being beneficial. And like,
Hmm.
there's not that much time until the bull market probably starts raging. So you want to have a feature like that
Yeah.
done and dusted by the time the volume starts to go crazy, right?
Yep,
So
yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, so that's also one of the things which I was also thinking is like, okay, maybe I'll just start building when all this bull market is just finished, and then there's the bear market where people are not interested anyway. Then just building then,
no one
then I
knows
have
what's
more
going to happen.
time.
No one knows.
Yeah.
No. I would not, absolutely. You're thinking too long term. Like,
Mm.
if you can scale yourself, like, you'd probably be able to keep more control over it than you think, and then you
Okay.
then you can get things out and go go go. You know,
Okay.
the more you ship, the better, man. Like, I love this idea of OTC. Anyone else have any comments? Oh, I guess we can go over this.
Yeah.
DragonX is one of the most other. Yeah, I mean, people who watch the stream have a lot of informational advantage over those that have not.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because I'm going to hit all of the YouTube streams. Like, I'm going to try to hit as many as I can once the protocol is like about to launch, and then
That's awesome. That's awesome. I like your new effort, man. I like your new effort. I'm seeing every time I open Twitter, I'm like, oh, Erik. It's like, oh, Erik, he woke up.
Yeah, you know, I mean, it was focusing on other things, but coming back to DragonX, I'm so happy to come back to DragonX. I love DragonX.
DragonX is awesome.
And now I want to create those like Richard Hart 2019 vibes as best as I possibly can, which is not. I don't claim to be as awesome as Richard, but let's at least have some sweet streams where we go for hours like before. Guys, do you have any questions?
Sorry, second.
I was just asking anyone else in chat. Now we're getting more and more. Now we're almost at 400, so I'm sure there's some people that have some questions. I'm happy to entertain questions about things that we may have already covered because some people are probably new.
Yeah.
I think when we covered some interesting stuff, we were still in like 150 or something.
Yeah, the Americans are waking up, man. I'm telling you. That's why I do my streams much later.
Yeah, it's getting a bit rough with being in Bangkok, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, guys, no questions really. 400. Here we go. When hockey stick chart. Yeah, dude, did you see my tweet about the banana zone? Like these bull markets are not linear. It's like there's this couple of years of consolidation, and then there's the banana zone, which is like it just goes way higher than you think it's going to go, way faster too. So check out my banana zone tweet, which is just Rob Hall. Like Rob Hall has done so much research into markets into crypto, and I pulled this idea from him. But it's just, if history is any guide, the macro conditions and the conditions specific to crypto will come together and create a big price appreciation, probably in like 3 to 6 months. So you want to have everything built out by then. So we're in DragonX, we're going to have everything built up by then for sure. You know, and then at that point, it's just going crazy on the marketing, because you have potentially a limited amount of time before conditions change. Like, I don't know. I don't think we'll have as sharp 3 10x's. Yeah, that's my just crazy. You know, like Richard Hart used to put like the chart to $1 million per hex. That's like me doing that, you know. So that's the dream. We're trying to hit the dream of 1000x from where we are in DragonX. Yeah, I think that's a good topic. Global liquidity. It's a big driver. Mike, have you seen Richard Werner?
Sorry there. No, I'm still here.
Okay.
So sorry, say again.
I'm sorry if you're busy. I was just saying, have you seen Richard Werner before?
Is that the guy who talks about the global liquidity, or I'm not so sure?
No, that's Rob Hall. But the Richard Werner guy is all about how our money is basically created and how money is injected into the economy, which is something I don't think a lot of people actually understand how it works. But I think it's important to understand, and I think it's super interesting. Here we go. Thoughts on Baby Dragon X? Where's the founder was in here? I want more marketing from him. If you're watching, man, market the heck out of that thing, because it's tied with Dragon X, so it's gonna appreciate with Dragon X without doing much. It's actually the liquidity is actually similar to Dragon X right now, but the thing about it is there's very few holders, so it can go up really easily. But right now, I mean, the Dragon X chart is so light. This is another thing I tweeted about today. The information in the chart, it depends on the amount of liquidity and the amount of volume and users that are actually in the project, right? Like if Mike and I create a token and we're trading it between us, there's no information in the chart because 100 people can come in and start trading on totally different premises, and then the chart will look completely different. So you have to remember that low liquidity tokens, they can do things you don't actually realize are possible based on the historical precedent of the chart, because they enter entirely new dynamics when like Hex was 1,000 users versus 2,000 versus 5,000 versus 10,000, then 100,000. It's like a totally different coin each time because the liquidity dynamics are just so different. So it becomes more true. The chart becomes truer the more people are actually trading it. So what you're seeing now, it may be totally different. I mean, look at what Hex did. It just had just days, endless days of just green candles going up, you know, and people were going crazy. They didn't realize that was possible, but it was just onboarding. So the more people that are in the token, the more information you have, and the more accurate the chart is. New all-time high. Yeah, maybe TitanX is at new all-time high.
That's pretty awesome.
411. We're going up. I love it. Guys, what did we cover? So for those of you that are just joining us, welcome. We went over the history of Mike Dean. I finally got it out of him. If we go back, the legendary Mike Dean. We got his backstory. He was a brilliant young developer. And we got his engineering background. We got all the things that kind of came into him being an excellent engineer. His motivation for TitanX Hub, the early TitanX Hub days, what it's transforming into, all the features he has, upcoming for TitanX Hub. We got into the Dean token. Just kidding. There's no Dean token. And then we went over and I talked about everything that's coming with Dragon X. I talked about the new protocol. I talked about why people are sleeping on it, why it's going to be a surprise motherfucker moment for everybody. I love in the chats when people think they got it figured out. They're like, oh, the 369, it's going to come and go. And well, gotcha. It's just the start. Thanks, Mo. Yeah, this stream is going really well. We covered so much information. I don't want to end it though because there's so many people in here, and I want to give them a live experience. Mike, if you have to go, that's obviously okay. But I'm going to hang out and hopefully I can get some questions from people.
All right. Yeah, I'm gonna then leave you, Erik. Yeah. So yeah,
Mike,
thanks for
I want to
listening.
thank you so much for being on my stream, man. Thank you so much. Most of this audience is your audience, so I really appreciate everything you've done for TitanX community. You deserved an interview, man. I hope this lived up to the expectations. I would be honored to interview you again, and let's continue to build together, brother. I'm really looking forward to keeping in touch.
Absolutely. Sounds awesome, Erik. And yeah, nice being here. And I'll see you guys on Twitter or on the next stream on the Sunday as well. So if anything, hit me up. And yeah, have a good one. Yeah, guys. See ya.
Sounds good. See you.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Okay, guys, we're actually at max people right now. And so a lot of you missed the live segment with Mike, but I highly recommend you go back and take a look at what we were talking about. We covered a lot of stuff. There's a lot of gems mixed in there that were unscripted. Mike has a great idea for an OTC tool for TitanX, which I think is brilliant. Like, because see, this is the thing, like about an OTC tool like that. You get the benefits of low liquidity, but you can still cash out. Right? People can cash out based on speculation through an OTC market, and they don't hit the price. So that gives a room for the buy and burn to kick in, or the buy and burn from miners to kick in, and pump the price higher. You know, so the more sophisticated ways we have of cashing out, the better we can all do. And that is super cool. So I hope Mike builds that. I really do, and I would be willing to help Mike build that. Yeah, thank you, Mike, again for joining, man. That was so awesome. Mike made this stream awesome, and yeah, I really appreciate that. Mike is a brilliant engineer. Like, Mike designs everything himself. He's not just a developer. This is a guy that came from systems engineering. So he taught himself front end development, and now he's doing design as well. So it's very impressive guy. A very broad skill set. Yes. So in the beginning of this stream, I explained how we're launching a new protocol for DragonX. This new protocol will it will be built on top of DragonX. So what this is, let me just do a full recap, because I think there are probably half the number of people in here that were in here when I mentioned this. So Jake and I are collaborating on a new protocol. It is a combination of everything that Jake has learned, building TitanX, building Hyper, all the token economic lessons, and all the lessons that we've learned building DragonX. And it's going to be built on top of the DragonX vault. So what it will be is, in my opinion, it's a perfect complement to DragonX. It's a really good complement to TitanX too, because it binds all three tokens together. So what you're going to have is like a trifecta. You will mine this token with TitanX. Now, a portion of that TitanX will go to the DragonX vault, and a portion will go. So that's going to continue to push up the DragonX through the buy and burns, right? So our share of the staking pool will continue to grow. That's just one part of it. The other part is it's going to directly buy and burn DragonX, which is very exciting. So now you no longer need to pray for these payouts to occur. You don't even need to pray for new TitanX mining, because this token system will directly burn DragonX. So now DragonX will be having constant burning on it, which completely changes the game. It just really increases the value proposition of DragonX. But that's not it. In addition to that, this new token will be bonded with DragonX. So the DragonX token and this new token will be in a pool together. And so this token, excuse me, sorry, I've been talking for 2 hours. This token will basically be, it will be bonded with DragonX, and what will happen is the price appreciation of DragonX that you're getting from the buy and burn, and from the 369 buy and burn, from the TitanX miners and from this protocol buy and burn, will push up the price of this other token. Okay, because it's bonded with DragonX. So what does that do? That keeps miner ROI really high. Okay, so that keeps miner ROI really high, because you have two burners going into DragonX now that are pushing the price of DragonX up. Now, that's not it though, because those two protocols are bonded together, because DragonX and the new protocol are bonded together, this other protocol will be burned through DragonX. So you get a buy and burn on this new token, and you get two additional burners, sets of buying pressure on DragonX with one additional burner. It's insane. It's so good. This is what we needed to be built on DragonX, and it's really exciting, because in my opinion, it's just such a good combination of a deflationary token and an inflationary token. They complement each other so well. And I'm glad that we have the max number of people that are live to get that announcement, because that is super bullish for DragonX, super bullish. And I've been alluding to it in the chats. I've been alluding to it in Telegram, in my Telegram chats, reaching out to people with audiences, being like, "Hey, we have something coming. Like, you should get involved in this." I don't think they quite see DragonX as anything more than just a way to play the 369. But that's just one part of it now. That's just one part of it. The amount that comes through this protocol will probably be equal to what we get in the rest of the buy and burns that you see right now. And in addition to that, I mean, you saw that in the earlier parts of the stream, I teased the new development, the new look of the DragonX site. That new look is designed for a new audience. It's designed for an audience that is outside of TitanX right now. Okay, so I'll let you keep that implication there with that. I'll let you determine what I'm implying there. But it's for the people who are coming in who aren't familiar with TitanX and they're looking to make money. So I think we're landing on such a good system here. Like this is like the best system in crypto. Think about it, it's like everything Jake and I have learned. It's everything Jake and I have learned in one protocol. That's really good. It's really well designed. It really, really well. It provides a consistent burner to both TitanX and DragonX in perpetuity. It's fantastic. It's so good. I do hope it becomes the mining protocol of choice. And people go to DragonX. So people go back to TitanX because this is the new utility for TitanX. They mine there, they feed our buy and burn, they get their supply, and then they go and they start to recompound them into this new protocol. And there aren't enough protocols right now that just take TitanX. So many protocols, they take they take other things. They take ETH. Blaze takes ETH. Hyper takes ETH. Where is the community's DragonX burner? TitanX burner. Sorry, it's been 2.5 hours. Where is the community's TitanX burner? We want to burn TitanX, and that's what we're going to do. DragonX burning twice burning twice with the new protocol and an additional set of buy pressure. So there'll be 3 sources of buy pressure on DragonX and an additional source of buy and burn. That will help things bonded with baby DragonX. Correct. I try to tell people, like, you should build on DragonX, and this is why, right? Because you can do cool shit like this. Like, what if Titan Inferno was built on DragonX instead of just being built separate? I guess it's integrated with Blaze, so that's their own thing. That's totally cool. But if they're burning a portion of it, they could burn in the DragonX wall, and I want to see those barriers get broken down. Excuse me. Hello, Helios. Okay. Burning TitanX. Yeah, but why? Our TitanX is burned. That's the thing. Is this the dude, by the way? Hey, dude, if this is dude. Dude. Yeah, look, man. Helios is sweet. I'm a big fan of Helios. I think the dude is the man. He is the dude. But I have to say, our TitanX is 100% burned. It's just being staked. So you're competing. You're in a competition with Team Dragon. So don't forget that, Mr. Dude. This is a call to action for all builders. And by the way, it's also a call to action. Like, bonding shit with DragonX is always a good choice. So if you decide to build something next, man, I'm 100% in support of it. You'll always have my tweets. You'll always have live streams. I'd love to have you on a live stream to talk about what you're building. That would be sick. I think you have done great work. Man, you were the protocol that launched after DragonX. Flawless. Really great execution. The logo is beautiful. The website's beautiful. Like, Helios is awesome. So, man, if you want to come on, you're most welcome. You should come on the show. I'll do a full dude interview. Like, we'll get down to the deep core of who the dude is. That would be sweet. Yeah, of course. And maybe there's some room for collaboration there. Like, maybe there's a DragonX Helios pair that you could use to burn some more Helios. I don't know. Just throwing it out there. Yeah, man, let's do it. Let's do a stream. Be sick. I love that. I can't remember if your face is doxed or not. It would be good to have another face, but that's fine. If you don't want to dox yourself, I completely understand that. I'd like to learn about Janus. I never got a chance to dig into it. So you can totally chill out on my stream. I hope I have a lot more subs now because we have 500 people in here. I love that we're at the most number of people right now. Like, Eastern Standard Time must be waking up. So And by the way, someone else can jump in right now too. That's open to anyone who has a following or who has something important to say, like other builders, influencers. If you want to jump in right now, also a possibility. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. I do appreciate that. And I want this to be a community channel. Like, obviously, I'm shilling TitanX pretty hard. This is my stream. That doesn't mean you guys can't come on and show your stuff. Like, you're a totally trusted guy who has done a lot for the community. So it would be sick to have you on here, man. And I would like to get to the point in my interviewing ability where I can extract more wisdom from people than just the narrow realm that we're operating in DeFi, you know. Like, I want to know how the dude met his team. I want to know how the dude hires. How does he think about hiring people? How does he select excellent devs? Where did he find his designer? You know, what resources does he use? That's why I have my little private group where it's more than just crypto. We want to help each other out, right? The world is crazy right now, guys. It's like, I won't get into politics, but we're entering chaos, right? So like having people backing you up, helping you understand what's happening, teaming up on stuff is super important. Yes, man. Happy as well. Thank you for jumping in. I appreciate it. And guys, always check out Helios. It's an awesome project. This is awesome. We have so many people in here. Dude, tweet this out if you haven't. Wow, the number of people is growing. This is sick. This is a big stream. This is definitely the biggest one on this channel so far. We went over everything. Let's do what Richard Hart used to do, which is go to the TitanX price. Let's see where we are. Richard used to have long streams, and when he would get on a stream, there would be a stream pump. So how are we doing with the stream pump? I think we got a little pump here. I see a lot of, let's see. Okay, we're at 0 6s and a 7. 6 zeros and a 7, excuse me. 1.51 holders, liquidity is up to 120K. Our volume's 35K. I'm loving it. I'm loving it. It's easy to push the price up right now. Very, very easy. One whale could fat finger the price and easily 4x this thing overnight, which is sick. There's just so few people who are chatting though. I don't understand, guys. There's so many people watching, but no one wants to talk. I can go back a little bit more and see if I missed anything for you guys. I can mention that, yeah, Ouroboros is coming along. I'm in contact with the Ouroboros founder. It's just, he has a very high standard and a very high standard for security. So he's just basically checking all the different issues that could arise. Yeah, a stablecoin platform, a lot can go wrong, you know, with oracles, with price feeds, all this stuff that it's the game theory of it. How you integrate the token that supports it, right? Like all of that. It's a lot to make sure you're covering everything because you want that stable coin to stay pegged. It's a big challenge to even have enough liquidity to have a coin like that stay pegged. I would love to do an interview with him. I don't think he would be open to doing an interview, but I think on this channel, I will most likely cover that project. I believe there is an Emperor minted. I think there's one Emperor. It might be TitanX Genesis. I know TitanX Genesis did mint some TitanX NFTs, which is pretty sweet. I would recommend you guys check out TitanX NFTs because what you have there is you have an ability to cash out directly to Ethereum from TitanX. Okay, you don't need to hit the price. There are a lot of people who are getting interested in TitanX now. So a market can develop there if people say, hey, I got an NFT here. You can post it in the Telegram chat. It's fine with me. You can post your listing on OpenSea totally right in the chat to 1,600 people. If you want to cash out and you don't want to hit our tiny liquidity pool, it's a great way of doing it. And that's what's beautiful about TitanX is you have a low liquidity pool, but you still have a way of cashing out, right? It's ideal. Now things are going to change. This new protocol is launching. We have 369 payout, AAA payout, and who knows what happens in between. So there's a lot of payouts coming up, and TitanX will have a lot more liquidity soon. But in the meantime, if you want to cash out of TitanX, try listing an NFT. If it doesn't work, you can just convert it back into tokens. It's a pretty minimal fee. It would be the same as if you had slippage on Uniswap. So it's a really good facility that all you guys have. And now there's 481 people listening to me. So don't sleep on NFTs, guys. NFTs, we've given you a really sick tool there. Basically, it's an OTC platform built into TitanX. Like it's so sick. I have personally purchased an NFT. Someone listed one and I purchased it and I converted it to TitanX tokens, back into TitanX tokens. Poof. Pretty sweet, huh? Worked like a charm, perfectly operating. It depends. Expect a great deal of volatility, Michael. It's good for fees. You need to expect that you may end up with one or the other. So your initial position, maybe the composition of that initial position might change a lot. If you're okay with that, then I think it's worth it. Now, does it make it harder for the buy and burn to pump if you do LP? Yes. If your goal is to cash out, there are TitanX NFTs. So I would consider TitanX NFTs if you're looking to cash out as opposed to doing single-sided liquidity, because then you don't stop the price appreciation that we can see. So low liquidity means faster price appreciation. It means more to the downside, but to be honest with you, TitanX holders are pretty damn diamond-handed. Like there's not a lot of sales coming in. Yesterday there was one guy that sold his entire bag. He was a whale. He had $10,000. He dumped it. It was eaten up within seconds. So that is pretty bullish. That is pretty bullish, if you ask me. Guys, I love this stream. I love streaming, and just because this is what Richard Hart used to do in the old days, guys. In 2019, 2020. He was on the stream. People were asking questions. He had the chart open, and buys were coming in. People were talking about the buys. We were looking at people who were buying and selling right there at the time. It was so much fun. And like that's what I'm trying to do for you guys now. And it's fun, man. Like the chart is going up. This is the fun part. Like number go down sucks. And I mean, part of crypto is entertainment, right? Like we're trying to have fun, man. We're trying to make money and have fun. Yeah, dude is a really cool guy. Respect to anyone who builds at the level he's building, because it's not easy. It's very nerve-wracking. It's a whole thing with your whole reputation. Kind of gets caught up in it. I think that at a certain level, people will understand if mistakes get made. But when it's your first protocol, it's really, really, really scary. I mean, I remember I almost delayed TitanX past the first payout because I was so afraid of something going wrong, even though I had all of these smart people telling me. I was still a bit unsure. Yeah, sure, Michael, no worries. You're welcome into the TitanX chat. You can come hang out, and come hang out. If you have questions, I'm in there. I used to be a lot more mean back when there were more haters, but now I'm more friendly. I don't know if you guys were there in the early days, but man, it was brutal. I had to chase away one of the mods. I had to do the dirty work. I had to rip that mod out of the main TitanX chat. They were actively fudding TitanX in the main TitanX chat. Imagine how much bigger TitanX would be. But luckily, I got root control and ripped out the virus, destroyed the cancer, and the community is so much better for it. that's another story. If you guys, diamond hands, yeah, it's just TitanX holders are such diamond hands. I've been telling you guys to sell on Twitter. I'm actually selling. Yes, we hit 500. This is the biggest stream. Bring your friends. Bring it, guys. Hammer the chats, guys. Hammer the chats. And don't be afraid to step up. You just need to, if you want to chat, just subscribe to the channel. So some of you might be like, why can't I chat? I want to chat. Just click the subscribe button. Okay. Click that subscribe. You can also click the like, upvote it. That helps the algorithm. This is like going to be one of the biggest streams in TitanX, guys. See how awesome that is? Like the tides are turning now. This is so much fun. And like, so yeah, if you want to chat, just subscribe. And that way you can chat. And it also boosts the channel, which is good for everybody. Remember, we're working as a team. Richard has to lay low. Does he? Does he really? Like, he's tweeting. What is the difference between tweeting and saying things on a live stream? I don't see the difference, to be honest with you. Like, I mean, there are other influencers that have controversial cases going on and they still stream. Like, look at the Tate brothers. I mean, these guys like were in jail and they still stream. So I personally don't see it as a valid justification. Nor do I think it's 5D chess, to be honest with you. So, I mean, I'm not being critical, like it's his community and everything, but you know, Richard Hunt's a genius. He's way smarter than me, and he built a massive community in the last bull run. So obviously, I have no bone to pick with him, but I will say that I wouldn't. I mean, he has smart lawyers telling him not to do it, right? There's probably a good reason, but I've also seen other streamers who are mired in controversy go on streams. And now you have a pulse chain which has only a few million in volume per day. It's really hard to recover from that. And the expectation is increasingly that Sack Daddy is going to pump pulse chain. You need builders. You need to have activity. We have a partnership coming up for pulse chain because I'm building for the SolidX team. My team, Dragon team, is building for the SolidX team. So we have forged some enterprise partnerships to bring more utility. So you should see announcements. You know, these things take time. But actually, if you go to the website right now of this enterprise partner, you will see the pulse chain that is supported, actually secretly, but no one else knows that it's on the website and you have to look for it. So maybe someone will be able to dig around and find it. Hopefully you can. But it's funny because it's quietly supported, but no one really knows because they haven't announced it. And I'm not going to share it until they're ready. But yeah, we basically have an enterprise coming in thanks to the work of Team Dragon to bring some much needed utility to Pulse Chain. We have a really, really hardcore game being built right now for SolidX. It's, in my opinion, it's the most important project on Pulse Chain. You know, I was getting some FUD from people who were saying, "Oh, what about Atropa? What about Richard?" It's like, well, Richard's in hibernation. If Richard was building things in on streams, obviously I wouldn't say that. And Atropa, I just don't see how you can just have a bunch of pairs with barely any volume. Like, there needs to be new money. At the end of the day, like, crypto needs to accrue economic energy, right? That's what's awesome about DragonX. Like, you have these sources of economic energy coming in, like the Ethereum, and now there's going to be more buy and burn in TitanX. Right? And that accrual of value is ultimately what you need. You can't just have the same 10,000 people playing new economic games. This is too circular. So that's the problem with Pulse Chain, and that's the problem with TitanX too, and that's why we need to do more marketing. Like I said before, it's 30% product, 70% marketing. Now, Jake and I are building together now this new protocol, and so I'm going to be doing a lot of marketing. I'm going to try to get on as many streams as I can, as many YouTube channels, as many Twitter live streams. I did AMA yesterday, the first of many to come. The good thing about DragonX is it just has so many different, it has a big surface area. Excuse me. It has NFTs. So we can go into NFT communities. And it's DeFi, right? So you have the NFT and DeFi communities that we can hit. You know, because some people, they don't want to play with memes. They want something that feels a little bit more real. But we have the pumpage of a meme because we have low liquidity. So we can look at we can point to the 369 and say, hey, look, this huge buy pressure is coming in. You don't have to know anything else about the token. You don't have to have any knowledge about it. Just come in. It's going to go up. Number will go up. Just it's not even a guarantee. It's not even a team promise. It's nothing. It's just look at the numbers. You need only look at the numbers, and you will see that it's very likely the price will go up from here, solely based on the buy and burn, not based on any team effort, not based on anything that would implicate that we're trying to manipulate the market. Just the sheer numbers of the Ethereum, and you see that the price will likely go up. So that alone is enough to bring in people who are willing to degen or say, screw it, I want to do a 10x in DragonX and get out, right? And they bring their friends. So that aspect of it is great because you have multiple different angles you can hit. It was the same thing with Hex. You know, Richard would say, it's Bitcoin on Ethereum. He would say it can do a 10,000x. He would say it's 40% APY. He would say it's a certificate of deposit. He would say it's virtual lending, right? So he hit all of these different angles to try to get as many people in as he could. And that's what we're doing in DragonX. There are many angles. You know, just now because we're getting onto 2.5 hours, I'll go into like some more esoteric stuff. So basically, and why DragonX is awesome. So in the early days of Hex, like if you go back 5 years, Richard, when he was still calling it Bitcoin Hex, go to those live streams. They're really good. One thing he says is Hex, his conception of Hex was that if you took away the consensus, all you have left is game theory, right? The behavior of buyers and sellers. So what Hex is effectively, we take the consensus of Ethereum and sorry, I'm getting a bit tired. We take the consensus of Ethereum and we remove that, and it's pure game theory. So now, Hex is what would you do if you just had a pure game theoretical system where different actors were playing against each other, and you had different incentives, penalties, and people had different investment time horizons, right? So all of that playing against each other created the phenomenon of Hex, right? That was the theory behind Hex. Now, in my opinion, DeFi's moved beyond that because DeFi is more developed now. Back then, there was nothing. Uniswap just launched. Like, there was literally Uniswap and Hex. Hex was the biggest thing on Uniswap for a long time, for like 2 months, which is a lot back in DeFi summer. Think about that. Hex was the biggest thing on Uniswap. So anyway, there weren't these like other staking protocols. There wasn't like, there wasn't like a lot of markets that you could dive into to get yield. There wasn't this idea of buy and burn. Nobody was doing buy and burn back then. I mean, maybe some esoteric protocols were doing buy and burn. No mainstream protocols were doing buy and burn, right? So that was the evolution of, that was the thinking behind Hex. And basically it was a Bitcoiner with a deep, deep understanding of Bitcoin, thinking, okay, well, I made a mistake on Ethereum. It's actually really, really good because it expands what we can do with crypto. So how do I take all the benefits of Bitcoin and bring them over to Ethereum? And that is Hex. It's a big experiment in that. I would say it was a success, but I don't know if it will perform in this cycle because people are more educated now. Like back in the day, it was really sweet. Like, oh man, I'm getting more Hex from my Hex. This is awesome, you know? Like Hex was going up, so you're getting more money and it all just feels so good. But then the problem with that is the inflation. There's a downward spiral that's happening, right? And there was so much opacity around, I don't know how much you guys know Hex, but it's important to know the history of Hex if you're in TitanX because it's inspired by it. But there was this thing called the AA lobby. And in the AA lobby, people were putting Ethereum in, and they were getting hex out. And there was a limited amount of hex available each day. So that hex was just going to the origin address. No one knew about where it was going or what the function of that Ethereum would be. Now there were implications about what were going to happen with that, right? Like, okay, well, we could probably guess that that value is going to back hex, right? But it wasn't as direct and clear as TitanX. You had a similar amount of ETH go into TitanX that you did go into hex. Think about that. There was, I think, $60 million at the prices at the time of Ethereum. Could have been more. Someone correct me. I'm not getting many chats right now. But you guys should subscribe and chat in the chats over here. But it was like 60 mil, right? And we got 100 mil in TitanX. So the thing about that is there was some expectation that those funds might be used, but the community operated on this idea that money would not be directly used. It might be used in some roundabout way. I don't know if anyone knows how much of that money actually went back into TitanX and into Hex, because Tornado Cash was still around in those days. And so the OA was doing all of this obfuscation no one really knew. And let me just bring up another point, which is that part of the thing that makes a protocol go up, part of the thing that makes a token go up, is that opacity. It's knowing that it's the not knowing, right? That's the speculative aspect to it, right? It's the not knowing that allows for price appreciation to occur, because that's where the speculation is. If all the variables are known, the market's already accounted for those, and you're not going to see speculation. Same with Bitcoin, right? Like, it's okay. Well, now governments are buying, right? Now, not Richard Hart. Sorry, it's late here. It's like 2 a.m. But no, it's like what was I saying? Lost my train of thought. It's governments buying Bitcoin. Sorry, guys. It's governments buying Bitcoin, right? That's the next narrative. There always needs to be a next narrative, because that drives the speculative investment. So with DragonX, you have these set payouts. So people right now, their strategies are geared toward those set payouts. But what they weren't expecting is that we're going to have a perpetual buy and burn on DragonX. And now we're going to get it. We're going to have a perpetual buy and burn machine on DragonX that we can promote forever. Okay, that's new. So if you didn't catch that in the beginning part of the stream, that's what's coming. So people aren't, now there's a new narrative to DragonX, right? Something is happening. Okay, so now the price is going up, right? And it's not because of the known variables. The variables were already known. It's the unknowns. And rightly so, because there's more in the unknown than there is in the known, right? Someone just came in with a $1,600 buy. Nice. Very solid. Very solid buy. This person is a fish. Very solid buy. I mean, we're 2x up from the mint. I'm starting to wonder if there's actually something wrong with chat, because nobody's chatting. And we have more people than ever in here. I'm actually quite surprised. I'm beginning to think the chat is broken. I'm going to check Telegram. So if chat is broken, if you could please just message me in Telegram in the main chat, that would be great. Otherwise, I highly recommend you subscribe, and you can chat and chime in. I'm here to answer any questions you have. For the newcomers, we've gone over about, thank you, Trenton. Looks like there's There are people are just passively listening. Maybe they're busy driving to work or something like that. It is a Thursday. But yeah, so we've gone over a lot. I personally think that TitanX is an improvement on Hex in some ways, and it lacks in other ways. With Hex, there was more marketing. There is more marketing. Richard was a bigger personality, and he drew in more people, right? So with TitanX, Jake was a smaller personality, had a smaller audience, and you had lower participation. Now, actually, when you think about it, he did a good job of piggybacking off the success of Zen and Hex, and that actually was beneficial because we got a lot of participation. But in terms of actual holders, it's 10 times less what Hex was. And this is what the marketing is about, right? Like the products are built. Jake is a really good builder. He's doing great work. And now it's our job to get the word out, because ultimately, it's a number of people that will learn about DragonX and TitanX that will determine the success of this whole entire system. And I would recommend people put more effort on that. Like if you're a small builder and you're thinking about building your own protocol, stop for a second. Like if you have a small audience, just stop and think, wait a second. If I take a position in DragonX, or if I take a bigger position in TitanX, and I bring my community there, the probability of success might be higher. Interesting. Yo, thank you, man. I love DragonX too. We have more people are listening than ever, but we're not getting a lot of chat, which I think some of you might feel like you're already updated. Some of you might just be a bit shy. Subscribe to the channel, and I'm going to refresh and see if we got new subs here. I think people don't realize that you need to subscribe to chat, but you simply need to press the subscribe button. Actually, no, never mind. I was wrong. We're down. Must be total views up here. No, this is live viewers from Mike Dean. Oh, I wonder if Mike Dean people can't chat. Can Mike Dean people not chat right now? Oh no, Mike Dean live people are chatting. Like Jacko came from Mike Dean. So people can chat. X is bringing in a lot of people. I need to syndicate this across X as well. For the next stream, I'll do that. Yes, Jacko, that is correct. The upside potential is there, but that doesn't mean the community doesn't need to put in work. It's not enough to keep building new things. Now for DragonX, we're 10% of TitanX. So we are actually small enough that we're probably going to do big numbers just off bringing in more TitanX people. And the fact that we're supporting TitanX in our next protocol means we'll probably bring some people in who want to compound. So for DragonX, I think we see, even with just hitting the TitanX community properly, I suspect we'll see a lot more participation in DragonX as things evolve. But for TitanX as a whole, and including DragonX, we do need to get new people in. Yeah, it's something I'm thinking a lot about, because the level of building is actually disproportionately good compared to the number of people who are in this community. We really have a builder's mentality, but the marketing side needs work. No doubt about it. I'm going to go over to Mike Dean's stream here. Let's see. Is he still streaming us? Here we go. Great. Thank you, Mike. Really appreciate that. Folks that are listening, if you come over to me and you subscribe to me, you may be able to speak, whereas you cannot now. Quite a few people in here. I wish that I could field questions because we covered so much on the stream. It's a 2.5, 3-hour stream. And Mike and I were talking for like an hour and 20 minutes straight. We went over, let me just do a quick recap. We got Mike Dean's backstory finally. We did TitanX Hub origins. We did Mike Dean origins. We did TitanX Hub current day, what you can do on TitanX Hub. We did new stuff coming to DragonX, new protocols, marketing ideas, something Mike Dean wants to build, new stuff Mike Dean wants to build, and on and on and on. Why DragonX is awesome, NFT markets. Yes, we absolutely need good marketing, 100%. That is coming. I'm going to keep streaming. That's one part of it. This is partly just a way to notify you guys of all the cool stuff that's happening in DragonX. To share knowledge as I move along in building things. Because there is so much to know about building stuff based on what has and hasn't worked over the past like 5 years. Do you think you can feature DragonX? Do you have a connection? If you have a connection, DM me. I think anything is possible, to be honest with you. I have connections to some very big people. That's all I'll say. But people with very large followings. Yeah, and they don't work for free, so that's a problem. But yeah, we work our way up. Let's see what else we got here. Supplement. Oh yeah. Thank you, Shredden. My estimation is the TitanX mining will return probably around a 10x from here. Could be more. Could be go to the TitanX website. Negative 74%. So what do you need? You need 10x basically to get back to break even. So yeah, it actually could be more than that. It could be 100x. When I think about it, I think about when did mining stop? And it actually started to trail off about 10x from the current price. Now maybe with mining getting more difficult, it might go up higher. But I think the protocol that Jake and I are building now in X28, I think that those two together are really a kill shot, because the DragonX team, we're built different. Like, we're not just building. Like, we're going to go big. So there's going to be a lot more eyeballs on what we build than some of the other TitanX protocols, built on TitanX protocols. And because of that, I think these two protocols can be a big kill shot. Because I mean, I'm assuming Jake is going to be marketing X28 hard. That needs to happen. But for our protocol, yeah, we're going to be hustling hard. Like, we love this stuff, and it's going to be sweet. For those of you that missed what this new protocol is, I highly recommend you watch the stream, because and maybe someone who's better at YouTube than me can like help me with timestamps or whatever. Basically, to sum it up, there's a new buy and burn coming for DragonX, and there's 2 new ways that DragonX is going to be automatically bought by protocols. So you're going to have the 369 payout, the AAA payout, any mining that happens in between, and you're going to have a new buy and burn protocol on top of DragonX that burns TitanX and DragonX and submits TitanX to the DragonX vault and gives you insanely good compounding because it's bonded with DragonX. So all that was explained. So go back and look. It's a pretty big deal for TitanX, and I am hoping that people wake up and realize that we're playing to win. What's up, Blue? I'm glad you can chat. That's great. Looks like Mike Dean's Twitter is doing. I'm going to repost this. Join. This is really cool. The live stream feature on Twitter is super, super fun. Awesome. What else can I go over? Here we go. Hey man, no worries, GTM trading. Have a look back. It's a long one, but it's a fun one if you like to learn about Mike Dean, who has done so much for this community. We get a little bit more insight into him. Obviously, he's trying to protect himself in terms of identity, so we couldn't get into more of the details there, but we did go over his backstory. We went through everything he's got planned for TitanX Hub. We were shooting off some ideas for it, so there's a ton, man. Yeah, Mike Dean's the man. And I also dropped a new protocol for TitanX, which I think is a good. This is a good medium for it because it's in the works now. This is a big live stream, actually. Like, we've got 600 people watching. That's really sick. It's a really big live stream. I was regaling some of the people here about the early days of Hex and what that was like. It was like Richard hanging out, talking to people, educating them on Hex, and a bunch of other stuff because he's super smart. And people like were just hanging out and asking questions. I'm trying to recreate that now because I think TitanX has tons of potential. And yeah, Richard would just kind of hang out. We would look at the price. He would talk about Hex. He would talk about all the different game theory edge cases and everything that could happen. Sometimes people would just buy right on stream, and we would all watch the price go up right on stream. And things always pumped after the stream, during the stream. The Richard Hart stream pump was a thing, and it will be again when he comes back. Yeah. I mean, I think we'll do one of those Git books. So it won't be a PDF this time. It will be a Git book you can access of all the information. This protocol is a combination of, I like to think, everything that Jake and I have learned building protocols, combining all of our knowledge of how TitanX and TitanX and all our history building things, having everything combined into a single protocol where we get maximum bang for our buck. So in my opinion, this could be the kill shot for TitanX. I believe that the TitanX and this mining combo are so powerful. It's really new stuff. In my opinion, this is like new like Hex. Like, I think we hit it really good with this. It's such a good combination to have a deflationary token and an inflationary token that has heavy buy and burn complementing each other in such a way. It's really cool. And ultimately, the more sources of value that we can drive into TitanX, the better the token will do. You know, at this current time, we've already burned 20% of the entire supply, which is insane. It's like a reverse big payday. It's so cool. It's like so many things are work out like a little mini X, like an event, and like a bunch of the supply got inflated, and now it's like on a slow inflation. With us, we had reverse big payday. Like, our first payout just came in and burned up a ton of the supply, 20%. And now we're just going from there. It's beautiful. Yeah, it's a beautiful thing, and it's a great way to start. Yeah, I mean, it's cool. A lot of you guys were there at the beginning, you know. Yeah, I think TitanX team I believe in my team. I believe in myself, and I think we can do great things with this. And so I think this can be the origins of a really sick, like a success story during the bull market. The bull market's coming. This is the biggest live stream. Yeah, this is a huge live stream. Huge. 630 people. So awesome. Has TitanX ever done like almost 1,000-person live stream before in TitanX? This is like massive for TitanX. I might need to rename this from Mike Dean Face Reveal to like biggest stream ever. Yeah, guys, like if you have TitanX bags, I'm the guy to ask. There's a ton of stuff going on. I think I'm wondering if you need to be, Trenton, do you need to be subscribed to? I don't know if someone needs to be subscribed to my channel, but you guys should all head over there right now. Go to my channel. There's 600 of you. Go to my channel and subscribe, please, because it helps. It helps me get the word out about your bags. Like I'm here, I'm showing my face. I'm trying to drop the knowledge that I have on you about protocols, about what we're building, about everything that's happening, about all the nooks and crannies of TitanX, just getting more and more complicated. And what you can do is simply press a button for me. Q4? No, end of this month. Is that Q4? Is that end of this month? No. Q4 is November, December, January, right? So no, it's in 2 to 3 weeks. Per the typical timeline of this awesome team. And Jake and I are building it together. So Jake is doing the heavy dev. Heavy dev lifting is coming from Jake. The game theory is basically set, like the game mechanics are set. Jake is over there deving. I'm just the guy that sits on live streams and talks to you guys. All the genius developers are there over there doing all the dev work. I get to have fun and hang out with you guys. Well, Jake and my CTO are locked into the console. Do I do price predictions? I can tell you what I think can happen. Like, I'm not telling, it's not financial advice. There could be a massive hack. I just want to put that out there first and foremost, now that we're at the peak number of users watching right now. Anything could happen. The next protocol we launch could be a tremendous failure and get colossally hacked. So you take your own risks. Okay. If you look at the current buy and burn that's coming up on day 369, on October 30th, okay, that is going to be like $1.5 million probably for the direct buy on TitanX. So that 1.5 million on a liquidity pool of $50,000. Somebody do the math. I want someone to do the math on that and put it into the stream. What's that, like 200x? More than 200x? I don't know. But that's just sheer math from the Ethereum coming in. So that's not even speculation from me. And that doesn't count on the new protocol that we're building. That I think it will be the protocol that TitanX needed, the protocol that TitanX needs, and I think it's also the protocol that DragonX needs. What this does is it sets up a trifecta. You have the store of value, that's DragonX. You have TitanX, that's the source of the inflation, the medium of exchange. Okay, then you have the wealth creation and compounding. Okay, the income play, right? And that is your third protocol, as yet to rename. So you have income, store of value, source of inflation, right? So to participate in this system, you mine TitanX, okay? Then you compound your wealth and you can put it in DragonX. Meantime, you can hold some DragonX to hedge your position, blah, 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 blah. And we're pushing for end of August. You know, we're very busy. We're building for SolidX team as well. We're building a game. It's really funny because actually we're building the most important thing on Pulse Chain, but no one knows who I am. I have 1,000 followers on Twitter. I don't know what all the Pulse Chain people are talking about, but I can basically guarantee that we're building the most important stuff for Pulse Chain. Like, there's not even a question in my mind. So it's hilarious to me. Like, I don't know what these guys are doing. They're just shilling like the same crap or what, but they should be following me and getting me on their streams. That's what I think. Because we're the one that we're sealing the enterprise partnerships. We're the ones that are building new utility into Pulse Chain that can bring millions of dollars of new users into Pulse Chain, and they don't even need to know about Pulse Chain because the utility is so striking and the value of the game is so high that people will actually come to Pulse Chain without needing to even know about it, and it will be obfuscated away. So people don't even need to know they're on Pulse Chain, but they're going to be depositing their value into Pulse Chain. Think about that. So it's brilliantly designed by my CTO. We got a great animator for it. Super, super great guy. Like, a really good job. We have a great designer, did all the designs. I credit myself with the overall idea, along with, well, okay, the founder of SolidX, his idea. But I think the execution of it, I credit myself with the whole concept, which is basically a different way of looking at this type of game. But anyway, that's a minor detail. I don't see a point. Any thoughts on bringing DragonX multi-chain? There's no point. The point is of crypto is number go up. Number go up goes best when we concentrate our economic energy on a few things. Let's focus on the DragonX TitanX pool. Good question, though, man. Good question. Yeah, man. I was a dev and then DragonX happened. Now look at me. I want to get, at some point in the future, I will explore development again. I mean, if this whole thing falls apart, that's what I'll go back to. But I love development, software development. Here we go. Marco's here. Took you so long, man. Will the DragonX liquidity pool get thicker over time? Yes. Again, it's a matter of speculation, Mr. DTM Trading. It's totally a matter of speculation. Now, I would say that it's highly likely. So what we have here is we have this buy and burn, right? This buy and burn is effectively jamming liquidity into the buy side. So instead of having someone just submit the liquidity, you don't get any value from it. It's just like, you don't get any pumpage. We're doing the maximum pumpage thing, which is basically that Ethereum is going to get forced into the buy side. So you get your liquidity, but you also get your green candles. It's the best. I'm going to check to see if Jake has tweeted this out. Because I think this is something of a historic live stream right now. I want to make sure the big hitters have tweeted it out. If not, I'm going to ask Jake if he could please do that. Oh, nice. He retweeted it. Thanks, Jake. Appreciate that, man. Marco, if you haven't retweeted this on your account, can you do that? Because you're a big guy too. Yo, man. Yeah, Marco, DM me, man. I've been trying to get a hold of you, man. I tried to get a hold of you for a couple of days. It's like, dude, we're going big. DM me. Yes, 100%, Mr. Busman. So he's saying the DragonX needs to be promoted as a standalone token. This is the entire point of the website overhaul. So if you go back to the earlier part of the stream, you'll see that we're overhauling the website. Why are we doing that? Because the mid phase is over. All the DeFi natives are in, right? You guys, the hardcore OGs, you're in. So the question is, how do we take this up? How do we take this to 100x more people? Talking about us as being a TitanX derivative, it just doesn't click. It's too complicated, right? So we need a new marketing angle and we need new value propositions. So that's where the TitanX website overhaul comes in, so that we can appeal to a broader audience. So you look at the Hex website, there's a totally different set of value props, right, than what Richard was saying in the early days of Hex, or even on his stream, which is Hex can do a 10,000x, right? But a lot of people that doesn't make sense to them. And psychologically, they can't handle that. So what the website says, it earned 40% APY. So now you're entering the realm of possibility, right? To a lot of people, a lot of consumer people who just are in it because they're not really DeFi natives. So for those people, you need to have a different marketing pitch, and that's exactly what we're going to do. Those people get a different marketing pitch than what you guys get. What you guys get is, we're building this hardcore protocol on TitanX. It's going to do all these amazing things. I'm building it with Jake. It's all of our knowledge combined into one protocol that is designed to burn a ton of TitanX and burn a ton of DragonX. So to lift the whole ecosystem to Valhalla, that's the goal. You guys can get that, but new people don't get that, right? So we need a new marketing pitch. And those of you that have audiences should consider doing a new marketing pitch yourselves. For example, if you want to show DragonX, just say that 369 is coming. Say there's $3 million of buy pressure coming in to this token. Check it out. It's like a meme coin, except there's money backing it. Now, another thing I didn't mention, which is probably worth mentioning, is that for every dollar that's in the buy and burn, how many dollars in speculative value are going to come in from people who are front running that? This is what people need to realize. This whole 369 payout, and like people are obsessing over the number, like, oh, it might get diluted. That is a minor point. There is more to DragonX than just this payout. So there's a lot of things happening, but it's the expectation of what will happen when that payout comes. It will probably bring more money than the payout itself. People need to remember that. It's an important point. And I think people are not thinking about that. They think that they're looking at the knowns, right? But they need to look at the unknowns. Like until this stream, people assumed DragonX was just going to putter along, and the 369 would come and it would be a big event, and yeah, we'll make some money and we'll sell. But now it's like, wait a second. These guys are building a burning protocol that's going to last forever. It's going to burn DragonX forever. Damn. That's insane, right? Get Jake on here. I know. Jake is building. Jake is very busy building. I mean, it'd be sweet if he wants to join. Just gotta message me. This is turning into a pretty epic stream. I'm not getting it. I'm checking my DMs right now. Now I'm getting hammered by DMs. But I don't see a message from Jake. He's probably busy. He did retweet, so it's all good. I mean, I think it's good that like the community expectation is that community members are driving this kind of thing. You know, it's not good to have concentration. I'm happy to be the figurehead for my little spearhead that is DragonX. And I'm sure Jake will be the spearhead for his products. And I mean, it would be awesome if Jake also gets on some live streams for this. I want to go on all the live streams I did for DragonX. So Kindness, Verse, Mike Dean, obviously. I think I did one more, but I'll get on all those. Crypto Kindness is coming back, by the way. I've been talking to him. I'm like, hey man, come back. He's relaxing this summer. Yes, exactly. I think we touched on this, Jacko, and it's a very good point. Like we need to have a few key messages to drive the spearhead forward, And that's going to be the Dragon X 369 payout is your point of communication. It's simple. Just go with it. Like, there's a bunch of money coming in. What more do people need to know? Exactly, Marco. People need to recognize, and I said this in the early days of Dragon X, actually. And by the way, we're up 2.8x above the one-to-one mint right now. So what is that, 280%? So imagine the FUD. The FUD and the hatred was absolutely epic. Oh my gosh. I was the one that killed TitanX, remember, guys? It's part of the game. But now we're up 2.8x and we're just getting started. Good point. I like your thinking. Liquidity can be thick. I mean, ultimately, only half of that, or even less than half of that, is actually sell-side liquidity. Like, a lot of that is just TitanX. The Dragon X in the pool is only like, what is it, $40,000 or something? Let's have a look. Now we're about to hit 700. This is going to be the biggest stream in TitanX history. 1,000 people on stream. It's insane, man. Insane. Yeah, we have 89 billion Dragon X. It's not a lot of Dragon X. It's really not. It's probably like 50K. 50K of Dragon X. So that's what's stopping the price from going parabolic, is $50,000 of buy pressure. It's really not a lot of money. So that gives you the sense for the size of it. It's going to be a completely different token, right? If the mining protocol works out, now obviously that's completely speculation, right? All of this is speculation. I'm just a guy building software on the internet, okay? But you have to consider that that this token could be a completely different token in a year, right? In the raging bull market in 6 months, we could be in a completely different territory, simply because the liquidity is so low. This is something I mentioned a little bit earlier, and some of you weren't on the stream probably, but keep in mind that there's not a lot of information in the chart. It doesn't tell you a lot when the liquidity is 50K. You know, a big whale could come in and just completely change the structure of the chart so that it's just totally vertical with this level of liquidity. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but I am saying that it shows you that there's actually not a lot of information. If you're looking at this chart and you're thinking, oh, maybe it's topping out, blah, 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 it doesn't tell you anything. 50K is just not enough. It's not enough information in that trading volume because it's too volatile. This is not a lot of information there with 1,500 people and 25 or 30K of volume and 50K liquidity. That's why I say it can be a completely different token in 6 months or even sooner. It could be a completely different token by the time our next protocol launches. Wow, 700 live. And what do we have here? All from Mike Dean. Thank you, Mike. Once again, Mike is the GOAT. Mike is the GOAT. Thank you, Mike. So Mike's audience is here. This is awesome. Oh yeah, Marco, I remember. Those were the good old days, man. But now we get to laugh. I think if the haters are gone, this needs to happen, you know. You go through a period of FUD when the haters, the people who were never really aligned with the project, or they're there for their own egos, or they just wanted a quick buck. Those people come and go, and they don't become OGs. We become the OGs. I remember in Hex, you had these people dumping with conviction. Huge bags. And we were just watching them dump. We hung on. And the money, ultimately the money came back and the prices kept pumping, right? So the true believers got to ride the 10,000X. Now, true believers can sometimes not sell like me. That's basically fully staked. I still pulled out more than I put in by a lot, but most of my X, 80% of my X is just still staked to this day. This is true. There'll be a time and a place for LP to come in. It's still pretty. So another thing, actually, another piece of alpha for you. 3.5 hours. So another piece of alpha for you is that Titan Farms. That will thicken the liquidity on all pairs. Think about that. So what is the opportune time to launch something that's going to thicken the liquidity? Probably after you get some pumpage, right? So people ask me when farms. Well, don't be too hasty. There's no rush. Titan Farms will come out and the liquidity will be thicker than ever. People will have more utility for the token. And because of that, you're going to see it's going to be more difficult to push the price, right? So don't beg for liquidity. Especially don't beg for liquidity when you have TitanX NFTs, which is a way to exit. You can exit directly from TitanX to ETH. You don't even have to hit the TitanX market at all. Think about that. That is super good. So what you want is low liquidity and a way to exit, and TitanX gives that to you. I mean, come on, Hex never gave that to you, right? We're so much more advanced than Hex. And there are no penalties. There's no locking. There's no stakers fighting each other in TitanX. You just hold. It's like Bitcoin. You just hold it. Okay, and the game theory is the weak hands get shaken out, and the value accrues to the protocol, and it just if you can accrue more value, bring in more eyeballs, and the price goes up. If you can't, then it doesn't. Right. So ultimately, it's actually a token economic decision. Omission is also a form of design, right? What you decide to omit from your life and what you decide to omit from what you build it says a lot about the person and how much they thought about something, right? More is not always better, and I think staking is an example of that. And people are going to be surprised by this new protocol because, and I'll drop even more alpha right now, there won't be any staking. There will be no staking in this protocol. So what does that mean? That means even more buy and burn. Imagine if all of the staking rewards from TitanX went into buy and burn. Think about that. That's what this next protocol will have. So that's huge because the miner ROI stays up, which keeps the TitanX burning. It keeps the TitanX burning, right? The new protocol is bonded with TitanX. It's not bonded with TitanX. So it goes up when TitanX goes up while it's feeding the vault and burning TitanX. And it burns its own native token through the TitanX liquidity pool. So it's just, now there'll be 3 burners on TitanX. There'll be 3 sources of income for the TitanX protocol to accrue value, effectively decentralized. 2 of those burn the token permanently. And 20% of the supply is already burned off the market. I mean, it's so good. Like, it's so good. There'll be no staker class. This token can do great things. It's a token that's designed for compounding. So you can sell and buy more, right? Sell, buy more TitanX with it, then recompound it, then put your TitanX back in. That's another thing I didn't even think of, right? Which is the people that are recompounding their token. So it's a recompounding protocol, right? But it requires TitanX to start miners. What does that mean? That means you sell this token on the market, right? You buy more TitanX than what you put in, and you mine again. That just feeds the flywheel even more. And there's no staking. All the money goes back into buy and burn and feeding the TitanX vault. And I love that we're omitting staking. That's so in tune with the TitanX philosophy, which is a clean design philosophy. It's not adding, it's removing superfluous, simplistic, the best game theory only. I think it's awesome. We've had a lot of time to think about what's good, right? There's always room for improvement. I think there's tons of stuff we haven't hit on yet, but I also think that we have the combined knowledge of now 2 building teams coming together to build something with 2 different backgrounds and 2 different philosophies. right? Like the DragonX philosophy is a very different philosophy from the TitanX philosophy. And now you combine those two philosophies into a protocol, and you get some really, really awesome shit. And that's what we're seeing right now. Like, and that's why you should subscribe to my channel. We have 100 new people in here now, guys. Subscribe. Don't be shy. This is going to be a big channel for the whole community. And if you subscribe, you can talk. So just subscribe. Click that subscribe button. You can do it. It's so easy, and it really helps me. We've got 1,000 people, almost 1,000 people stream. Let's see if we can push it to 1,000. That would be insane. I'm loving this. But for those of you that are just joining, man, this is a big one. We went through so much. Like, it started off as a Mike Dean interview, and then we just went into all this new stuff coming for DragonX. So if you like Mike Dean, and you should, you're going to love the beginning. And if you want all the alpha, then you're going to want to stay to the end, stay to this part. 3.5 hours. We're going to go for 30 minutes more. We're going to go for 30 minutes more. It's been a 4-hour stream, and it flew by. I cannot believe it. Man, I could go for another like 2 hours, but there's not enough people chatting. I don't want to. I feel like I dropped a lot of information in this. I think you guys process that. The best thing you can do is to market. Be a marketer. Okay. I said it earlier to some of you new guys, like, you don't need your own protocol. You don't need your own protocol with 300 users, guys. Like, that's not going to help you. I know you want the glory and everything, but we don't need another protocol with 300 users. We need to invest in marketing the protocols we have. And put a megaphone on the protocols we have. Let's put a megaphone on DragonX. Let's put a megaphone on TitanX. When X28 comes out, we put a megaphone on that. And when this new protocol comes out, we all team up and put our marketing efforts toward those things. In the end, you need more economic energy. There's a lot of games you can play in TitanX right now. We have Helios, Hyper, Blaze, Inferno, TitanX, DragonX. We're going to have Titan Farms, X28, Ouroboros, and this new protocol. And there's also Titan Crash, a new Crash game. So there's too many protocols now. I mean, it's really good because some of these protocols hit different use cases like gambling, or they hit different use cases for the tokens like Titan Farms or Ouroboros. But it is important to remember that if you just do a cut and paste meme, or you do a cut and paste protocol, it doesn't add as much as if you added your energy toward marketing to an existing protocol. Like, now we have momentum in DragonX, right? So don't try to splinter necessarily, right? Unless you're a very specific kind of person that has a big audience and can do a big value add protocol, right? Like, there's a reason why Jake and I are building together, is that we have, we're both working on marketing. So Jake's gonna hopefully get us some streams to talk about things. I'll get us streams to talk about things. So it's, but if you start to splinter off and try to harvest value from TitanX community, then ultimately you end up with just another token that's not really doing much, when we could have taken some of these tokens to Valhalla. I like the idea, Gryzhawk. I actually had the same idea at the beginning of the year. What is it? What's the idea? Okay. Not sure what that is, but I mean, there we go. Where'd it go? I lost it. Yeah. That's all I see from him. They have a lot of big personalities. I mean, I wasn't really bashing the Hex community. Yeah, they have a lot of drama. But that's what happens. You're a second cycle token. I mean, I'm also a big time Hexagon. Like, I have a lot of Hex. So like, I consider myself to be a Hexagon. But it's a second cycle token, and the founder's nowhere to be seen, right? And it's a token that inflates forever. So obviously, there's a bunch of disaffected stakers, and this is what I was talking about with TitanX, and the whole idea of the staker class and how problematic it is. Ultimately, I don't think staking is great. Unless you're really drawing in value from another source, other than just other members of the community, or inflating the supply to give the stakers is just. There's better ways. Like, I think people have thought through better ways now. I don't think that's the way to go in 2024. And Hex was one of the first DeFi products. It was in a different environment. It was a different world back then. It made sense. It was really something new and cool and fun. But I think staking now should be done with another value source. Or just don't do it. Like, not staking is a powerful decision. Not having staking is a powerful decision. $740 people. It's crazy because we've covered so much, but we're still getting new users into the chats. Into the YouTube views here. Yeah, people are going crazy. A lot of people just joined for the Mike Team face reveal, but that was just a big scam to get you guys to come here. I wonder if what's happening is people are watching it, and so they're not up to date, and so they're not chatting because they're not at the up to date. That may be happening, actually. Or maybe it's just open on their screens on Twitter, and they're not actually. Yeah, because most people are on Twitter. Only 21 people are here from TitanX YouTube. But what about Mike Dean? Mike Dean's YouTube? Only 5 people, huh? Well, still, it's good. Because people don't want to come over to YouTube. Yo, Twitter people, come over to YouTube. Chat a bit. You got 20 minutes left. 20 minutes left, guys. What's it going to be? Oh, we got another $780 buy, $58 buy came in. It's a nice chunk. It's a nice chunk of TitanX. Fat candle. Let me do a chart here. Let me check to see what are we off the lows. The lowest low of TitanX. How much have we appreciated? Oh, the unfaithful. How much have they lost? Let's see. Let me go from the last full candle here, not the wick. So it's right down there. 400%. Oof. TitanX is up 400% from the all-time low. Brutal. Wrecked. Imagine, man, whoever bought that wick is going to do really well. I'm impressed. I'm actually very impressed. Bravo. If you're in this chat, you should say I did it. You're already 400% up and it hasn't even started yet. Like, TitanX is just starting. You got it at the low. Yes, I can describe the TitanX Vault game theory and why it's so awesome. The TitanX Vault provides a way for other protocols to burn TitanX while also keeping more Ethereum in the ecosystem to further buy and burn TitanX. Because the TitanX Vault takes TitanX and stakes it forever for the longest possible duration, and then it will restake it. So it's a perpetual staking machine. So instead of burning your TitanX at the dead address, you can put it in the DragonX vault, and it will create a perpetual burning machine that will basically draw more and more Ethereum in to the from the Ethereum payouts into buy and burn TitanX, and to push the entire ecosystem up. Everything that's bonded to TitanX will benefit, and DragonX will benefit disproportionately. See the power in that? So if you bond your token with DragonX and you submit a token into the TitanX vault, DragonX vault, you are pumping DragonX and you're pumping the token through DragonX. And you're pumping TitanX. So it's vastly superior to just burning TitanX, vastly superior. You have a good reason to use that, builders. You should be using it. It's been around for 6 months, and the only thing that built on top of it was Baby DragonX with our help. So credit to Baby DragonX being innovative and being the only project that actually, to get Baby DragonX, you needed to submit TitanX to the DragonX vault. But this new compounding protocol built on top of the DragonX vault will perpetually send TitanX to be burned in the DragonX vault. Think about that. So that means that the AAA could basically go completely. It could be sent completely to, we could get almost everything from that. And that could be 10 mil. Think about that. It's crazy, right? Not to mention all the payouts that come in between. Yeah, it is insane. I mean, most people have not wrapped their head around it yet. They're busy. I mean, you know, I'm here all day yelling about it, but people have lives, and I get that. But if you're a builder, you really can't sleep on it because it's too good. It just accelerates the progress of the system. Like, there's a lot of inflation we have to burn through for TitanX, and we need this facility. So I think as a builder, you need to step back and drop your egos and say, look, there's something awesome with this. It's going to help me ultimately. And I need to use it instead of just doing a straight burn. So strongly consider using the DragonX vault. Yeah, it's going to be a nice bull run. I think we did things well with DragonX because we let kind of everything simmer down and die off, and TitanX went through its 90-year period, and the 280 came, and now we're back to it. It's good. I think there's a lot of benefit in the cool off, although I personally don't believe in long shakeouts. For example, Zen is completely dead. Nobody cares. Like, every protocol on Zen is dead. The reason why all the Zen is burned is not because people were using it. It's because everyone got screwed over in Zen FTs. So like Zen basically, like, I don't believe in dragging people through the mud and obliterating them. That's not shaking people out. Like, I'm not your adversary. Let's make that clear. Like, the game theory and the mechanics of the system are not here to hurt you in DragonX. There is no staking. And there'll be no staking in other protocol. There are no penalties. No penalties. None. We don't penalize people for using our product. What product hurts people for using it? That's absurd. In real business, you give refunds. You apologize. That's what we do. That's the DragonX ethos. You guys need to understand. There's a better way to do DeFi. People took Hex and they looked at the penalties. And the thing about Hex is there's a share rate system. So if you staked, but you didn't want to fulfill your stake halfway through, you stole inflation from a bunch of other people. You stole inflation, and now you need to give that inflation back. That's why penalties exist in Hex. There's a good reason for the penalties to exist in Hex. You can't just bolt on penalties. You can't just bolt penalties onto a system because it removes supply or hurts users. I don't think that's good. Right? Like, it's your money, guys. It's your money. It's not, it's locked in a contract. If you want to interact with this software product, go ahead and do it. But it's not the contract's job to destroy you. It's not the developer's job to destroy you. Okay? If you want to destroy yourself by selling your bags at a 280% gain over the one-to-one mint price for TitanX, so you leave with a 2.8x, you rage dump at that price, then please do it. But ultimately, there's a reason why I didn't do staking. There's a reason why I didn't do anything else like that. I mean, we have the benefits of being built on TitanX, on TitanX. Let's be honest. Like, so that's great. We have that benefit. But you know, there are other protocols that build staking and penalties. I don't believe in penalties. I want you guys as users to push back on penalties. If there's a penalty, the owner, the creator needs to describe why that penalty exists. Because it's your money, you're the customer, right? Effectively, you're a customer of a decentralized protocol. It's like a software product. It's like Salesforce. Like, I'm a guy who's building a software product, and the revenue accrues to a liquidity pool. Right? It's revenue. It's up to you. It's not my job to destroy your bags. And there are examples where penalties make sense, like hacks. But it's a dark pattern, so use it with caution. Okay. So I think people are a bit behind. I can go over. Excuse me, burping like a nasty animal here. Sorry, I've been speaking for 3 hours and 46 minutes straight, so I'm getting a bit indigested. Guys, what else? 14 minutes. We're just going up. The number of people is going up. It's crazy. This could be the biggest ever. Jake, if you're out there and you want to come on, go for it. If not, that's cool. I'll wrap in 14 minutes. I'm loving this, guys. This is awesome. This is great. We're gonna do more of these, I promise you. I love that people are engaging. Yes. I don't know how I have 1,100 followers on Twitter. I don't understand it. Someone explain the Twitter algorithm to me. Like, all day I tweet about crypto, TitanX, Pulse Chain. I tweet about the enterprise integrations we're bringing into Pulse Chain. I tweet about how awesome TitanX is. I tweet about charts. I tweet about liquidity. Why aren't people following? Like, what's going on? I have the people who are following me are extremely engaged. So you think that the Twitter algorithm would be rewarding that? Because I mean, I'm getting like 20,000 views on and I have like 1,000 followers. I just don't know what's going on with the followers. And maybe they're like shadow banning crypto, or like, oh, maybe I said something about Kamala Harris being stupid or something, and they like shadow ban me. He's shadow banned for all kinds of weird reasons. I just don't know who. Like, why would you follow if you're in Pulse Chain? Are you gonna follow some random dude who's tweeting about Pulse Chain, like about how awesome Richard is, or are you gonna tweet about the dude who's bringing enterprise partnerships to Pulse Chain? It just doesn't make sense to me. It's G1 Erik. G1 Erik. Mike should have probably put the. Yeah, I can put it in the chat right now. Let me get you guys to follow me. Come on, I gotta be able to get more followers. This doesn't make any sense, guys. This doesn't make sense. Like the TitanX Team Dragon is formidable. Could I be shadow banned on Twitter? I'm honestly thinking that I might be like shadow banned or some kind of like mute. Like maybe if you say stuff about crypto too much, or you say political stuff. No, I mean political stuff shouldn't be stopping him at this point with Twitter. You know what? I'm gonna find a rep. I'm gonna find a Twitter rep. Because I just don't think it makes sense that a Twitter account that tweets and gets 20,000 views on an account with 1,000 followers, like that doesn't seem right that I'm not gaining followers. I don't know. Meanwhile, we really have some bozos in the pulse beam community who have a ton of followers. Yeah, guys. I mean, I wanna do a stream about economics a little bit, particularly about the financial system and how money is actually created. Now's not the time, but I think it's really good education for people. I think they'll probably. I mean, most of us are already government skeptic, I would say, if we're in crypto to some extent. But I do think it does shine a light on just how manipulated our entire system is. I highly recommend, and I say this about every stream, but go to Richard Werner, Princes of the Yen. Watch the documentary Princes of the Yen. It will show you that the US government basically destroyed the Japanese economy to prevent them from becoming a competitor in the 50s after World War II. And they used financial means to do that. It really opens your eyes to just the level of conspiracy that the government is actually engaged in. The US government tried to ban the book. Can you believe that? Crazy, man. Really, really crazy stuff. All right, 8 minutes, guys. Give me one more question. Like we're topping, we're getting more and more people coming in. That's the funny thing. There's so many people in right now. I don't want to stop it. Get yourself on Bloomberg and show the hell out of crypto. Actually, I have a connection who can get me into Rolling Stone and Bloomberg and one of those like columnist with like little icon, little favicon icon. But I was thinking like maybe I attract the wrong kind of person. Like I don't want a lawsuit. I don't want any stupid SEC stuff. You launched what is it called? Crypto asset security. It's software. These people, they're so dorky and like bureaucratic. Crypto asset security? That's not even like a designation, is it? It's just like something they made up because it sounds very like formal. I can't handle newspeak. The people that speak in newspeak just infuriate me. But yeah, I mean, I do have a connection to get on those. I don't know. Right now, TitanX, there's a lot of low-hanging fruit. A lot. Like we just need to get TitanX people to wake up and realize that like TitanX is going places and that they're missing out, and that alone is going to create a huge shift to a huge shift to DragonX. Like, it doesn't make sense to not have exposure to DragonX. Trayvon was actually a big proponent of DragonX in the beginning. I think it would be cool to get on a stream with Trayvon. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure we could discuss a lot. Like, he's a really, really smart guy, and he has a big audience, and he's streaming all the time. And, thank you. That is Bangkok skyline. Bangkok skyline. Very chaotic city, but it's a good city if you want to hide away and work and you want everything delivered into your apartment. To have 0 distractions. Five minutes, guys. Oh, we're gonna hit 800. This is so good. Man, we're gaining like 100 people every time I stop to talk about how many people have joined. There's another 100 people on here. Guys, this is a massive 3-hour stream. It's going to be 4 hours and 5 minutes. I'm really enjoying it. I'm just not getting a high frequency of questions. Otherwise, I'd stick around for longer. Like, I mean, I remember Richard Hart was doing like 8-hour streams, 10-hour streams. Here we go, hit 800. I totally get it, like, why he did it now, because it's so much fun to just hang out and talk with the whole community. But the amount of questions I'm getting is just not stacking up to the number of people. So either there's a problem with people communicating because they're on Twitter and they don't want to come over to YouTube, or they're just doing other things and they're listening in the background, which is also potential because we're in the middle of working hours for Eastern Standard Time. So it's totally understandable. But I think we might be breaking a record here in terms of the overall number of people on this stream, like for a TitanX live stream. I mean, probably there was a lot during like the hyper launch. I'd have to go back and see, but like the number of actual live people. This is good. This is effectively a launch stream, guys. I basically announced a new protocol on this stream, which is going to be it's going to be a protocol built on DragonX. It's everything that Jake and I have learned over the past years building stuff, and we're combining it into one protocol that utilizes DragonX in the best way possible for TitanX. So in my opinion, this can be a big app for us. You guys should participate. Experiment with it. It is obviously a DeFi experiment, right? But the market is shifting now. There'll be more people who want to come in and experiment with different things on DeFi. DeFi is an old trend. So it's not a new trend, but do you even need a new trend? Everything's correlated and everything goes up together. People will pour into all different corners of crypto. I really think that there's a group of people who aren't interested in meme coins. And I think it's a pretty substantial group of people. Like, it's not the young kids or whatever, but like, I don't know. I think also that there's actually a lot less volume on Solana, real volume on Solana than people realize. Like, a lot of it is Fugazi. It's not real. There's people faking volume. There are bots. There's a lot of value extraction happening via bots and front running. So it drains the ecosystem. So here's another thing that's happening, and then I'll close it after this. So Pump.Fun, it launches tokens, right? So every time you launch a token, basically the liquidity pool is bootstrapped. Okay, when the liquidity pool is bootstrapped, the Solana is put into the Radium LP. Okay. And that's only if it reaches the threshold. If it doesn't reach the threshold, it's stuck on Pump.Fun. So, okay, what about all the tokens that are just dead on Pump.Fun? There's just a humongous amount of Solana that's just being sucked into Pump.Fun, and it's being locked in there because people are abandoning these projects within hours. Now that sounds might be bullish, like, oh, it's like a big burning of Solana. Well, yes, but it's also like you're just obliterating value. So like a ton of people are losing value, and it's just like a humongous. Basically, it's basically like a black hole. And Solana is inflating a lot, from what I understand. So like, you know, you need millions and millions of dollars of new buy pressure every day to keep Solana going up. But the people in there are getting wrecked. So like, I don't even know what the lifespan of a typical Solana user is. It might just be like a few months before they're just like capitulated and totally out of money. So that's why I think Ethereum is the place to be for DeFi. It really is. I mean, the smart money's on Ethereum. The big money's on Ethereum. It only takes 40K to quadruple the price of DragonX. But indeed, it has hit the 4-hour mark, and more people are joining all the time. Unfortunately, the number of questions that I'm getting doesn't justify continuing. I'm going to say one more time, guys, head over to my YouTube channel, hit subscribe. Next time I have a stream, you'll be able to talk. There's a lot of smart people in TitanX, and you guys should be discussing this on this live stream. So please, next time, chat up the chat, and we'll do it on a weekend. I know it's a Thursday night. It's like not the time. So next one will be on a weekend, and we'll hopefully get some more engagement. But this was awesome, guys. This was a huge stream. So I want to thank everyone. Thank you very much. Take care. I'm going to end it now. Good night.